he really is a sicko. And I don't say that critically. I'm somewhat envious. I don't have the true sicko bone. I like to pretend, but I just don't. Meanwhile, Neves, he lacks some things of his own, namely aces and queens, as he's down to 6 outs for his life here. And it's over for Neves. Yao makes a set of tucks for good measure. The measure of 62,000 is as far as Portugal's Pedro Neves will go here in the hybrid event, which is now down to 4 players. Everybody realizing a 34K pay jump, courtesy of Rampage's efforts there.
Oh, you'd be perfect for it.
I have to say.
Testing. Ooh. Am I on? Oh no, I'm late. Okay, if I'm on, so Mate, can you make the can you make the screen full screen? So I have no idea actually if we're streaming. I think we are, but I have to wait until the board is made full screen because it's a little difficult to commentate. So I will start proper as soon as Mate gets the and I'm not sure. Let me check. I don't think. Oh, here we go. Something's happening. All right, okay. Here we are. So scores Pete's already winning 1-0. Love board. I thought it was a 5-3. 4-3 is just going to come out. So it's going to hit. Not the most ideal hit. It has to leave the checker on the 13. What Seb really wants to do is get the checker on the 24 out. So Pete wants to. Once I was about to say something silly. What the got Sage AI on the analysis. So he'll just come all the way out, duplicating threes. That's what he wanted to do to start with, get that checker out. Yeah, okay, my sound is there. Don't know what he what else is he thinking about? Pete's in a short sleeve shirt, looking very adult. Oh, right, okay, he can make the 2 point. I didn't see that. That's what he's looking at. So the computer analysis gives it away to make it better, which I didn't even see. But coming out to the 15 is okay. I think it's at least okay from a standpoint. That's what you want to do. But it leaves shots, double 4, amazing roll. Probably just goes to the 9 point. Computer confirms. This is a little bit fiddly. The looking at the Sage analysis, it's a little bit small, trying to make sense of the numbers and the indicated move. At the top, you've got like a PR of 0 for White. Is that Pete because he's on the bottom? Could be. So I don't think there's any really much need to leave a shot. You do want to make the 4-point, but you don't want to put the checker on the 17-point when Sebastian's got a 4-point board. So and then that burns a checker. So that solves the problem of leaving a shot. So I wouldn't do this, I don't think. Who knows what I would do if I was there, which I'm not. Just coming around and then like preparing to make more points if you can do so next go. He wants to get something going. I can sense that, but it's just too much to be hit. So he should bring the check around. So Seb will be delighted to hit with a 3-2. Something else is happening. Maybe we're going live now. I don't know. I don't know if this is being broadcast. And so Pete hit back with something I didn't see because Mate is just rearranging the screen. Pete just having a little think. So Seb's got a 4-point board. I don't think you can think about doubling here. 6-2 is not immediately obvious to me what you do other than make the 11. You can't come out. You can't make the 15. You can just come around to the 9, duplicating 4s. Perhaps that's the best idea, actually. Okay, so they're close. Aching 11 is better, even though it doesn't duplicate any numbers. Why? Because you get to make a point blocking in the checker on the 20, which is 6 away. If you just go to the 9, you're not creating anything extra. So you're going to sacrifice the shot levers to get that extra point. I'm not sure what I would have done, and I'm not sure what the analysis level is. So Jason's clicking on. This just looks a bit crazy, leaving 3 blots. Again, I'm thinking Seb. I mean, I can see it clearly because I just like tuned in, clicked on my Zoom link to commentate, but I can see that Seb's got a 4-point board. So we don't want to start making any silly, dangerous plays, especially we're leading 1-0. That has an impact. We should be quite happy to. This is just a bit absolutely bonkers to me to leave a full 20 shots. Maybe it's more, it's not. So no other numbers hit. And then leave 3 blots. Just looks even to a bit harsh, but I wouldn't even consider it, let alone look at it and put it on the board. I'm happy to make the 9, to come around to the 9, or to do this. You know, playing it over the board, not knowing what's right, I would be reasonably happy to do either and know that I haven't gone that far wrong. 6-6 is going to bring the 2 down. I get, yeah, okay, so that one's blocked. Oh, I didn't see that. So you would, if that checker on the 20 wasn't blocked, you would bring it around to the 8-point. So that's just going to bring the 2 into the 3-point, completely forced. It's a bad roll, and now Pete might have something because he's got full outfield control. That's a huge thing in BG. So there are 5 checkers in front of the checker on the 20-point, waiting to attack it. So there's nothing else Seb can do, really. I mean, that's okay to bring them in from the 1-point. Actually, it's not, because you lose the possibility of making the checkers on the other checkers safe. So bringing the checkers in from the 9-point enables you to bring the checkers in the 7-point much more safely. But I think I would keep this. So rolls, of course, like 6-1, 1-1, 6-2. Not that many. 2-2, 3. But that's really all you need when the game's not going to turn around that much if you don't roll a good number. So what would be a bad number, like 6-4? What would you do with that? Maybe just play 13-7, 6-2, 6-3, pick and pass. Not a particularly good number. So the computer thinks it's a double, a big double. It feels like Pete's struggling, and when someone's struggling, you're less likely to double. It's just you don't feel as confident. Doubling, you need like a bit of just a confidence in you, feeling like you're getting things right. And when you're not, you don't feel like you're getting things right, you're not sure, you're less likely to double. Okay, so he does double. I'm completely wrong. Sebastian won't pass. Just so Pete's got threats, like massive threat, huge. Obviously, they're not that many numbers, and that brings those two checkers forward to home in on the 3-point. And there's a lot of gammons suddenly after you roll something like that. Even after Seb makes the ace, I suppose he's going to have to play 6-1, not leave extra blots. And what's Pete's plan here? To roll a 2-2 or 3-3 or 6-3, make the 3-point. Still not really desperate to leave shots, but I suppose you will leave a 6-3 here so that you can unstack. I wouldn't be, well, if you play 13-9, then your sixes are going to be forced to play from 2 spots. And the consequence is that maybe if you roll something that isn't a 6-3, you're going to have to come off the anchor. So I would play 13-10-6-5. I have got the chat up now. If anyone wants to say anything funny or weird, go right ahead. Go right ahead. This is, again, it's like a standard play, but from a pattern recognition point of view. But then you want to think about, like, why are you doing? What's your pattern recognition saying? Why is it saying play 13-10-6-5? Well, I think one of the reasons is, like I said, you want some of your sixes to play slightly better. That, again, I mean, man, I wouldn't even think about leaving. Now you leave a very punishing 6-6, but you're also leaving 6-2, so you leave 3 shots instead of 2. This has more sense if you're going to play big. But I wouldn't do it. I'm actually more likely to be fooled into doing this. So how bad is this? I mean, I don't think it needs to be done, but it does have some upside. But the downside is like things like, of course, 3-3, but 3-2, 3-1 now get to pick and pass, whereas they wouldn't be able to do anything otherwise. So the upside minimum, the downside pretty big. You've already won the game. So in a way, I think you could argue like just playing 13-9 is okay from a strategic point of view, and following the edict that you've won the game already, you don't need to do anything other than not be hit. Seb's still got a 4-point board, so you don't want to do anything silly. So actually 21-17 is the second best play. So I'm completely off there. It does have it must have an upside because it certainly has a downside. 6-2, the computer thinks is also reasonable, and 9-5 also reasonable. So none of these plays are really better than the other from an equity point of view. They all have completely different ideas. So I just wouldn't do that. 60 rolls, massive. Oh my God, what a swing. And also punishingly, psychologically, punishingly. Just is Seb going to be cubing this? I think he is. I'm not even sure Pete can pass. Maybe it is a big pass. I don't know. Okay, it is a huge pass. Just took me a while to reassess, but you can certainly be tricked into doing things other than passing here. Giving himself a headache there, clasping his top of his head in his hands. I mean, it's like you just need to readjust. I'm no doubt he will pass. He'll get the right decision, but he's having to just clarify the position for himself. And it's hard to know exactly what someone's thinking, but you do draw maybe false conclusions about just watching what they do and how they are, and their facial and body movements. The fact that I wonder whether he was thinking about the 6-6 when he played 9-5, and whether or not he kind of knew that if the 6-6 was rolled, that he would be passing, and maybe he did. And if he did, that makes things life a whole lot easier because you don't get tricked into doing anything stupid later. And then you just say, well, you know, he rolled double six. I didn't do anything wrong. Although although the moves were close, I still stand by, yeah, not doing anything that's a little bit too dangerous. So Seb's going to play 24, 18, 13, 9. I'm not sure who the white checkers is still. I'm a bit confused. So that hits and splits. Oh, okay. So Pete is white. That makes sense. 3-6, not sure what to do with this at all. Coming out, duplicating fours. Okay. Duplicating fours, and also Pete's got a blot on the 1 point. So not that terrible to be hit. And Seb's up in the race, so he just wants to escape. I think. Is that true that he's up in the race? Perhaps it's not true. But still, the checker on the 9 point, you want to keep it there to make the 9 point and then preserve its status as a builder to attack the checker on the 20 point. On Pete's 20 point. So this puts the checkers in a position that achieves those objectives. So let's say Pete rolls like a... First of all, actually, is he going to hit with a 4? I guess he is. But let's say he couldn't hit with a 4. He just makes the 20. Then you've got those checkers all in the right places to make either the 9 point or get them safe even and just bring them around. The alternative of 9-3 just doesn't achieve that objective in any way. What's your next port of call if you play 9-3? Like, you just cover the 3 point, but that's not really what you want to do. So guessing he feels, yeah, well, he's going to do it. That's where you want the checker. So 2-1's gonna, you got to hit with the 1 because Seb's threatening to make the 5 point with various combinations. Yeah, 2 coming up to you could play 2 down, but then you leave another blot and susceptible to hitting with 2. So the computer prefers this by quite a wide margin. So there's some pretty decent rolls here. That's one of them that just hits 2 back checkers. But Pete's going to be okay to just to come in. Even if he fans, it's like fanning is very unlikely. But anyway, double 5 coming in, and I don't know. I don't want to play 13-3. I'd even think about playing round to the 10 point and just leaving a double shot because one, you could make the 22 point if you get hit. What does the computer want to do? Nothing silly. Oh, coming around to the 10 isn't terrible. Okay, fine. But Pete makes a better play. Nice. So Seb again making the 9 point. That was in the... Okay, that cleans up and then just goes to the 15. Cleans up by making the bar. Oh, okay. He can just put a safety the checker all the way to the 13, but I don't think he's going to do that. That... Oh, okay. Wait, what? 18, 15, 16, 15? That wouldn't have been legal. Okay, so we're a bit behind on the transcription. Okay, yeah, that double 1 thing wasn't... Oh, we haven't got the analysis yet. I know we did. Well, I'm not sure. Anyway, okay, so back to, let's just not dwell on it. I was playing bar 22, 13, 8, but that's not the best play, actually. got a much better play where you can come in where you want to. You can unstack, and the race is so far in your favor. I suppose that you're going to risk being sent back in the race for the positional game that it gets you to come in. And so this is a really nice play, duplicating threes. Is that ace four? I suppose you're going to make, it's not a given that you just make the 7 point. What you could just, okay, this is clear. That would have been an enormous blunder by me. Dice on checker. God, this is getting a little bit tricky. I suppose you can hit because you want to stop him from making the 5 point. Okay, pretty big blunder. Pretty big blunder not to. I would have hit, but I wouldn't be sure. Again, like you're looking at from black side, you're winning the race. I'm assuming you want to preserve your race lead. So first thought is, oh, I want to play safe. But then you have to ask yourself, what happens if you play safe? Okay, so you can't play safe because otherwise Pete will start making points and board. And that's one of the most important things for him to stop. So Pete can't do anything other than just hit the guy on the 18, even though he's got blots. But Seb's got a blot of his own. 4-2 doesn't hit back, but you can just make the 21. Okay, finally I get a play quickly. That's right. I would have made the 21 pretty quickly, preserving again, Seb preserving his race lead. That's what I'm thinking. That just makes the 5 point from the 7 point, and the one probably goes to the 20. I don't know, but that seems to be the two playing 7 to 5. And if you do that, okay, interesting. 18-16 is a fair amount better. I can believe that. That hits and covers. So Pete's got the better anchor. Seb's got more of a race lead. This can give Seb a little bit of a fillip with an F. This looks like, so it's going to make the, but if I had the bar made, I would probably come out with both. But of course, you've got to make the bar before you come out. So it's going to come out with a 5 and make the bar. This is getting his checkers round. This is what you want to do in BG. Just get them round. Simple. And it's just going to point on the 4 point. And it makes Pete a favorite. That's no surprise. 3-6 big, just making the 16 beautiful. Pete's going to come out with a checker from the 20 point, I think, to challenge those two anchors. He's not going to be able to do so. That's just going to go all the way. Seb's got to do something about his 16-point anchor before he thinks about cubing. Also, he's got to make his 4 point, which he does. But still, he's not going to have anything. Okay, yeah, you suppose you want to do that with the 3. That was very nicely, quickly played by Pete, but the race is still quite close. Double one. Looks like you're just going to go to the 14. And it's always a question, do you come off, would you make the board? I'm tempted to make the board, actually. And then we've got another spare checker if we need. If we can't come off the 20, we can play a checker from the 7 point. The plays were very close. So how far away from a double is this? It's a fairly significant amount. The score is definitely a factor, being 5 away, 6 away, leading. Yeah, I wouldn't take time here. I'm sure Seb can see that it's not a position where the race lead is big enough, or basically where he's not really got the fact that he's got the 14 point and the 13 point make it much less market loserish. So you've got to clear the 14 point first. If he clears the midpoint first, then it makes getting to a double, I would say, a little bit more tricky. Point is, he won't always be able to clear the 14 point before the 13. The race anyway, 79, 90, 101, 18. Black's 118, 79, 151, 21. Only 3 pips up. Seems wrong. Do another count. 118, 99. Oh no, 23. So now Pete can come off the 20 point if he wants. Fairly close, according to the computer. Probably playing 4-2-4-1. Okay, yeah. Sometimes you play millions of game of backgammon. You've seen these plays so many times, but yet they come up and you're like, oh, really? Do I do that? Do I break the 4 point? You do. You're doing the right thing. Now, you could still leave that checker there if you want. Do you want to? 6-5 clears. So this is where you clear the 13 before the 14. And now it's a bit more tricky to identify when you can double. But it's a little bit more difficult to double because those checkers on the 14 are more stranded. You lose the 6-1 that clears the 14, playing one checker from the 14 to the 13 and one to the 8. So, but it is closer. So you gain in having cleared one of the anchors, one of the points. But you lose a little bit because you made the 14 point a bit more stranded. I think, yeah, I'm a bit surprised this is close to a double. Okay, very easy take for Pete. Not just doesn't have to rack his brains and think about it. So it makes it easier. That's just probably gonna make the 2 point. Seb has got a little bit of time. Less time now. So now he's cut down. So he's got 2 6s he can play from the 8 point still. The only 6s that play from the 14 point that don't leave a shot, a double 6. Possibly might think about paying now with 6-5, but he rolls 6-1. Is that right? Leaving minimum shots? I don't know. I'm not saying it's wrong. I just don't know. Okay, it was always glad to get something right. So yeah, just clearing from the 14 because otherwise you make it much more difficult to win the game. So there's the one so this leaves, so if he plays from to the 13, it leaves 17 shots, I think. It's hard to explain, but I can kind of see why he's looking at this play. But if you simplify, you kind of just do this. You realize, okay, I need to clear the 14 point and then I can win the game. So Pete's going to have to play 2 down. You can't leave a checker on the 7 point. So if Seb doesn't get this checker safe, it's only going to be indirect shots for Pete. And that makes Seb an 85% favorite. We'll just bring them in and lose. Just prepare to lose and be 3-1, 4-1 down. Can't be a big difference whether or not you make the ace because it's unlikely that you're going to win. He needs to roll 6-1, 5-1, and then you need to hit with a 1. So the difference is going to be trivial. What's 6-3, 6-1? Okay, that was Seb's play. I agree that the thing that really bothers me about this stream is there's no sound, but I don't think Mate can get sound. I like to hear the dice rolls. It's difficult. It loses a lot in translation when you have like just nothing, just silence, and then the commentator's voice. I wish we could get a little bit of sound. So we got the PRs up there. They seem, it's funny when you do like the commentate on Move My Move, it almost seems like a bit meaningless to look at PRs in such a small sample of decisions. But you know, there you go. That's what we always like to look at. So it's 2.13, quite satisfying to play a 2. Okay, something went up there or didn't, went up and then down. So playing a solid 2 is something very pleasing to people of this kind of standard. But you know, even when you're creeping up to like a high 2, even though the average is going to be a little bit higher than that, you're not going to be deliriously happy. You want to keep it. You're happy with a figure of about 2, and wonder what Seb is thinking about. Maybe the cubing and the why the 6-1 was better to clear the 8 point. Not sure, but he's thinking about something. In the brackets, we can see the brackets. I can't remember where they are, but we've got like a few GMs and a few non-GMs. We've got a few like the newer guys, like a guy called Tana Kandarali. I'm not sure if he's Iranian or if he's not, if he's living in Europe. Got Paul Moulton, player from the UK. Got Kat Bakur, player from the UK. Got a mixture of kind of newish talent. We've got who we got. I think we got Johan 2024, was it, world champion. We got Jürgen Granstedt, I think, is in. I think Miranda Moulton's playing from the UK. We got Oliver Squire. So they're competing for one of 4 places. So 3 places already been taken up by Hideaki Ueda, Michihito, Michi, and Mark Olsen, CEO of Backgammon Galaxy. And then there'll be like a semi-final thing in Monte Carlo, and they'll play down to the champions. So Michi, Mark, Hideaki, and question mark. So it could easily be one of these 2 guys. I would place Seba a reasonable favorite above Pete to actually win the whole thing. 6-1 makes the bar, but Pete's got a very good chance. 4-1, I don't know. Maybe there's no need to split. Just play 13-8. Okay, the plays are really close, but when you're 4-1 up, you do want to try and obtain an advanced anchor. So coming up from the back with 2 helps. But you do pay off to things like 3-1, double 1. They hurt, or double 2, massive. So cubing next go at 6 away, 3 away is on the cards. So the equity shot up to plus 0.9, which is very close to 1. Best action, no. Double, no. That was for Seb. We can see that it's only a very tiny take after best play, bar 22, 13, 8. Very tiny take. I wouldn't be surprised if, well, actually, I was going to say if he passes, but I wouldn't be surprised if he takes either. So Grimace, wincing, it just feels like a very gone position at this score. Like something you don't want to take. Rolls 5-3, you're dead. You need so much more compensation, positional compensation to take at lopsided scores like this. And this is like I did on my little activity spectrum. So going from highest level to highest level being most active. I think that he does take for gaminish positions. There were 6 levels, and the highest level was 4 away, 2 away. But this score, 6 away, 3 away, was just only 3 levels below, which is still very high. A yellow color. So 4 away, 2 away at level 6, and then you had 4 away, 3 away, 3 away, 2 away at level 5, and then you had like things like 7 away, 2 away, 6 away, 2 away, and then tier 4 was 6 away, 3 away, but still from a gaminish position, very dangerous. That switches immediately. Oh right, okay. They have this joke that Pete said didn't laugh. That Pete always breaks his 6 point. So the other two. I don't know what I would do. You like to play 13-10 to get 2 checkers. If you play 13-10, it's weird. Like little things like double 4 will now make the 6 point. Double 4 will not be such a good roll for white. But then when you play 1 down to the 7, you get a direct builder for the 1 point. So again, tricky play. Don't know what I would do. You could play 2 down to get more builders, but it's wrong. So making the bar is not in any of the top 4 plays, actually. So this is an immediate like double 5 disaster, kind of semi. No need to make your double 5 semi bad. Okay, but when he rolls 1, 2, I think you're okay to have done what you did. You're gonna hit with the 5-3. Just a 6 or a 7. Okay, that's could even be as good, remaking the 6 point. Okay, nothing to say here. It's just going to be closed out, very likely. So the 2 probably goes up to the 20. You always ask yourself, how likely is it that black makes the anchor in this position? So 5-2, maybe just go to the 18. Interesting. Interesting. That's the best play, but I wouldn't have done that. So what happens if you go to the 4 point and you roll double 3? I don't think you necessarily need to go to the 4 point. I struggle with these itty bitty. I tend to want to just come out from the anchor here, but the 4 point is fine. It's the second play, like 2 millipoints back. I tend to think that the best idea is just to get the checkers round. You don't desperately need to make like, oh, we've got to make 1 extra builder. Just bring the checkers round, and actually a lot of the times I think the idea is that in the long term you get more covers. You're not just looking at the immediate covers, you're looking at your covers over a set of like 2 or 3 moves. And when you do that, then it becomes better just to get the checkers out and not to just get the immediate builder for the immediate upcoming roll. So again, tricky. Now it gets a bit trickier. Yeah, I would play 10-8, get the checker from the... Okay. Bar 23, 10-9 is what Sage wants to play. Double 3, like he's gonna... Doesn't have to switch, but I think, yeah, computer likes it. So I immediately like it too. That's not legal. A little bit awkward now. So, of course, you have to switch. But now with the gap on the 4 point, when Seb hits back, massive tempo. Okay. This is the trickiest play so far. So my tendency is just to play 20-15 and like just leave those blots. If you don't want to make the 20 necessarily, do you? I'm gonna have a look. No. You don't make the 20 because then you've got to sort of assume that black's not coming in, and therefore, where do you want the checkers? Well, you want the checker on the 15. You want them spread all the way around. Get that checker closer to the home, and then if you consider what happens if black comes in, well, it's not a complete disaster to have played 20-15. Okay, so he is going to do that. Falls into the trap. Okay, not too bad. Actually, not bad at all. Gets like 4s, 3s, and 1s, but not what I would have done. 3-2. Not sure whether you pick and pass because you can play 20-18, which has great value. No, you don't pick and pass. And this play is sort of, yeah, you don't want to get tricked into doing this. It's like, okay, yeah, I don't want to get hit, so I'm going to pick and pass, but it's not logical because you've got a good 2 there on the other side of the board. So you would just use it. You kind of need to use it or you're going to get stuck. Okay, nice. You got to use it or you're going to lose it. And this is just fully closed out. Oh, come on. So what do you do here? I think it's premature to, yeah, you're not going to do it. No, I don't think so. I was checking on the computer. I think that, okay, it didn't mind it, actually. I know it did. Why did he do it? Why did he just do that without even... Oh, he's ruined his position. Oh, Seb's just going to like play on no double ever and just bring it home. Get an 87% winning position and then just cube him out. 2. Don't want to leave a double 5. I wouldn't have thought. For no good reason. Just play 17-13. Which he will do. He will do. He absolutely won't do. Why are you doing that? He just wants the coverage. Okay, I can get it. I can get behind it. Much better on the follow-up if you get missed. 3-6. Are you going to have to come out from the back? Yeah. Nice. Okay, now as black, you're 4-1 up. Not necessarily the position you want when you've got 2 blots. Okay, he's got it. If he plays that, you've got to play 9-4, of course. But Pete can again kind of flood the outfield with impunity. Never getting cubed. Okay, I suppose he has to make the 22. And what has he got? He's still got 30%. But I don't mind this position as Seb, closing down very slowly on a little cube. I'm gonna be recubing when I get my 88% wins for sure. Don't you deny me that recube just because I'm leading 4-1. Don't you dare. Okay, that goes all the way to 11. So I don't think there's anything that leaves a shot here, really. Wow. Okay, so what about this for the recube? No, nowhere near. Only 77%. I would have thought it was slightly more. Okay, what are we doing with this? Well, if we make the 2 point, then we play 8-4-5-1. Okay. This is 80%. So this isn't going to be... Is this going to be enough? Well, if Pete rolls like... What if he... Either if he cracks his board, okay, or if he comes off the anchor. I don't think so. Not at this score. Has to do it. He knows he does. How long is he going to take? Okay, not very long. Is he going to... Yeah, he's just going to hit the clock. I mean, you just got to do it. You got to do it. You got to do it. And this is... Whoa, what? What? Was he playing? Am I stupid? Was that just like a semi-play on? I would have just recubed. I would have been very happy to recube there. And not give any jeopardy. And here, this has got to be a recube at the score. He's being a bit cheeky. Okay, don't get it. Unless he's just forgotten. I think that's a possibility. I think he's just forgotten. So interestingly, now you make the best play 7-5-3 off and play on. Only saying that because I can see the analysis. And he does play on, and I think just take 2 off is like pretty clear, is it not? I mean, there's never going to be a gammon here, but there's no danger to playing on. Screen's frozen a little bit. I want to recube. I really want to recube, please. I just want to recube. Come on. I want to see it on the table. He's not recubing now. He's not. Go on. No. He's giving him the decision. Does that give him a decision? Well, he would have got a pass decision. There's the recube on the. Oh no, it was on the right side. Okay. Okie dokie. So 6-1. So Seb splits with the 2. Nice. I think you have to hit with the 3 and come down. I wouldn't double hit. Okay, don't understand that. It's a small one. Pete should know better. Double 6 just makes the 1. Okay, you could make the but okay, maybe that's better. Definitely coming out to the 18, but it's interesting. Second best player is just no, you can't turn down the 18 and 7 for this. Even at gammon go. Double 3 just brings, and the fourth one's going to be 13-10. That's easy. So now it's just, you got nothing. You got nothing, which you might have been okay with if you really need to win a gammon. Okay, you're going to get that guy. Maybe play 24-21 with the last one. Nice. Because there's not that much gain to playing 13-10. 3-1 just comes in and it's all Seb wants. It says like must be like 58%, 51. Oh, okay. Oh, near as big. That just remakes the 8, plays 15-11. Seb's going to hit with all 2s and 1s and probably with maybe with a 4. I don't know. 13-8-6-3. That's a wonderful roll, getting the checker safe. Repeat. That will make the 3-point, play 5-4. Just making the best board you can in time for the shots. Oh, I didn't see that you could play 22-21, but yeah, hard to see why it's not that favored by the computer, because it does achieve something. Okay, we're going to make the 11 with the 2, and so we're going to come down with the 3. That's nice. But Pete's got all these gaps that he has to contend with. Going to make it difficult. This is difficult because you just want to preserve the integrity of the board. And if you don't clear the mid, how are you going to do that? How are you going to do it? So you're going to clear the mid, I suppose. So you play like 8-5-6-1, which is nasty. So Pete's just looking to make a little point here. That's really not good. I'm not desperate to leave shots, even though Seb's got a block. I mean, I'm considering 10-1. What else is there? Oh, 13-8, 10-6. Okay, that's not too bad. Just leaving a 6-4. Hi, everyone in the chat. Hopefully, sounds good. Tell me what if the volume is nice and loud. So important to hit back on the 21. So what do you do with the ace? So you're leaving a 6 anyway. Is there any gain to leaving a 5 or coming off the 22? I really don't know what I would do here. What does the computer think? 10-9. So Seb's play was fine. 6-5 is going to come out, but I suppose there's no reason why you wouldn't hit in the process. And you probably want the builder on the 10 point, even though it leaves double 5 and 4-6. Again, these are tricky plays. I would be tempted to play 22-16, but it would be wrong. That would be a big blunder, actually. I suppose you have to play as safe as you can. I don't see another play. Just hitting on the 5 point, going to the 1. As much as I would like to do something like make the bar even. Okay. And now again, I want to get that checker off there. It probably is okay to come to the 20. It's not, really isn't. Wow, why does the computer think that's so bad? I haven't found a play here. I guess you have to just leave a 5-shot, leave the guy on the... Ah, you can just play. Okay, right, I didn't see that. You can just play 10-2. So I'm desperate to play 5-4. And again, maybe I've learnt my lesson, but you play 22-17, you get hit with a 3, which some of them won't be good numbers for him. So actually the best play is just coming off the... Oh, big blunder. Is this a hard play? Well, Seb hasn't immediately seen it. Okay. That I initially struggled with. Okay, so 6-3 is going to have to leave one block. Let's go to the 2 point. I will need to re-review for my own learning. And double 2 does hit. So no 4. It could be kind of over. But 4, beautiful 4. Solid 4. And then you got those 2 blocks there. But Seb gets to clean them up. That's really nice. So there's some numbers that just don't get past. That gets past and just plays 6-4. But really, any hit can kind of be the end of it. Seb already up to 60%. You know, with Pete only having a 4-point board, Seb could happily hit him lose. 6-3 is tricky. You want outfield control, so you want to play 22-13. Is that just too bonkers crazy? 14-5. Okay. So now 6-4 is only going to get a single shot plus 6-5. Like 50, what is it? 16 shots. Oh. Well, it's funny because Seb kind of stopped. It's like he decided that it wasn't legal. And then he sort of waited, which is a bit strange. And then it popped down. It was almost like he indicated, not that that makes it a final roll. He almost indicated with his gesture that the roll was invalid. I don't know if that binds the roll at all, whether it has any effect. But these things, they don't really, I mean, they don't really matter one way or another. But okay, so he's gonna. Okay, he's gonna hit. I don't know about that. I would have gone with that. Anyway, six. Yeah, I would have come out with the 6. I can see that computer said, "There's the 5-4. There's the 5-4." But Seb should be coming in and getting some sort of outfield control. Okay, maybe not now, but Pete's got a long way to go with the last checker. He's gonna have to bring it closer. Only loses 6-5. He's up to 77%. That's nice. Not many bad numbers here. That's not one of them. Just takes it off. Up to 83. So this is where the computer's like telling us to get it off the 20 point, because there's no danger. Of course, you're happy to keep it there. Now, what do you do with the 2? I think you just take it off. Yeah, sure you take it off, but I wasn't immediately sure why. So Seb wants to stay there. I don't see why. Wouldn't actually, computer doesn't mind playing 2017 with the 3. That seems counter to what you're trying to do. And like suddenly they're okay, just covers. Oh, he shouldn't be covering. I mean, he should be trying to just save the gammon. That's interesting. And I would have done that as well. There are some gammons here. You can just see there are some gammons. Like things like this, 4-1. What do you do with it anyway? Do you come off the 22, or do you not come off the 22? So Peter's taken off, I think, 8 to 7 checkers, 5, 7, 8, yeah. Got 8 checkers left. Well, that was really sudden. I was like way behind the curve there. Like this is just almost a gin gammon. I think it was the double 3 that really did it. So Pete does get the gammon. He's not an even score away. So when Seb takes Pete's initial cube, like Pete can just win a gammon, and that'll be it. Okay, he's taking a break. I'm not sure if he's going to get a glass of water or something. Seb isn't moving, so different, like using the new Sage thing, which I'm not a big, massive fan of, really. It's kind of cutesy, but I don't think it does anything more than XG. And the interface is a bit AI. It's a bit kind of seems a bit like shortcutty, is what AI kind of presents itself as. Pete has just gone to get a glass of water. We have Jogfan, Petter, and Leona in the chat. Seb's being very patient. Track gammon. What's track gammon? Track gammon. I have nothing to say. Literally. Went to bed after Paraguay scored their Germany scored their second just went to bed, shut off the iPad, woke up, found that Paraguay had won. Don't get it. Bit confusing. Very confusing. Like, I don't think I switched off immediately, and I didn't. So I would have been able to see if there was like a VAR intervention. There wasn't one for like 2 seconds, and it suddenly came. But I hadn't seen it. Going back to that interesting 5. Okay, Pete's back. No, yeah, this is not. This is so okay. So Seb's not like on top form because you don't do this when you're going to take the cube, and when the gammon hurts. Okay, that confused me because I'm not brilliant at those either. Unless there's another deep reason. So yeah. So now the position is a little bit gammonish. It is a little bit gammonish. Let's monitor. Don't know what you would do here. It's not forced to play 24-13. So Pete's trying to like just okay, 29 was close. So how gammonish is the position? So this is probably going to hit here because it's protection hit. But until Seb makes an advanced anchor, can you play 6-5? No. There's still some gammons, and even if Seb does make an advanced anchor, there's a little sniffy of gammons. So should he just make the 20 point immediately? Oh, he can hit. Oh God! But making the 20 point is attractive. Actually, I might have made the 20 point. I don't know. But you can't turn down the hit. You've still got your checkers in good spots. Okay, that's huge. Anything like this, I guess it must be like 45% at least. Okay, it's way, way more. 56. 2-1 brings them both in. So Seb's got just like these positions where there are just there are going to be very few bad rolls. Like, I don't know what you should do here. Just safety that. Seems a bit stiff. And then you make the 23. Interesting. I wouldn't. I don't know. I have no idea. That just makes the 4 point. So gammons are kind of back for Pete after making the 2 point. I would suggest that makes a 7. And Pete just wants a 3-2. Simple. Okay, I'll take that. I guess he's just going to play 22, 23-15. So all that matters in this is not that, I mean, yeah, I guess it matters for Seb that he's got pretty good position. What's he going to do with it, though? Just play 2 down. What's 8-4-6-4? Oh, he can make the 4 point. Well, I didn't see that. I'm sorry. So despite Pete being behind and, but what matters is the score and the fact that gammons are huge for Pete. And we'll just keep on looking at whether or not Pete can win a gammon in this position. I would play two up for sure. And the answer is, yeah, he can still kind of win a gammon. He's got 12.9% gammons. He's not winning the game, but that's not important. What do we do? Do we come off the 23 point and just make the no? Oh, he's only got 40 seconds. Okay, wow, no wonder. I was about to say with time, I'm sure Seb would get the right player. Okay, this is just that just gets the guy safe. I think you have to do that. You could make the 3 point, but okay, gammons are gone, and it doesn't matter now what you do with the. And that's clear. So Pete can never win anything, but a single game. So coming off to the 15, that was the first thing that came to mind. And then I thought, why would you do that? Well, because you're going to crack, I suppose, if you just make the 2 point. Computer thinks they're equal. after all these years, I'm not a big fan of being down to 24 seconds. I'm not saying I wouldn't be a culprit, but it's just decreased in sexiness and viability. I just wouldn't. Just if you're not sure about a move at the beginning of the game, just do anything. I think is the ideal. Okay, that's cocked. So anyway, going back to the game, Seb's like, not only has he kind of avoided that wasn't right. Gaminish situations, he's also like he's doing pretty well. He's like almost up to 50%. Or one just has to go to the 8. So what's he gonna play next? When is he gonna okay, he doesn't have to clear the 15 point. That's was always the trouble. So that's play 7 to 6. Well, that's really nasty. And I don't know what I would do here. You could probably do that, but it's not right. It's just the standard play. Okay, that's death. And the game is over. The game is over. I'll be back, I think, for the next match, which will be just play 15-11. No. 7-4-6-5 isn't just not a play that I would consider like just because. But it's right. It's a very good play. Just because you want to get the checkers moving. It's a hard play to make, I think. That's just nice. 1, 2, 3, 4. No reason not to do that. You don't need to get your checkers in pretty places. You just need to avoid being hit, I think. Not that your black's checkers are in bad places. Now with no shot, you can choose either 10-3 or 10-8, 10-5. It's up to you, but so it's funny, we got the PRs. I just somehow don't trust them. But that doesn't mean that that lack of trust is got anything to back it up. I just something about but so it looks like if they are reliable, Pete's winning the PR. Okay, 6-6 is fine, but we got a phantom ace point game. So Pete just wants to fan. Okay, he does come in with a 1. Just gonna make the board 6-4-5-4. There it is. Of course, feels like you do that, and if Pete comes in with the 6-5, it's over. Should be a handshake. Should be a handshake. No. I think I would venture a handshake in this situation with what 0%. But Pete's not in that kind of. He's going to carry on playing for sure now. But it's a 0%er. Robotic. Might venture a handshake here. Here, maybe you could say comfortably that it's Jin. Is he gonna give up now? He thinks there's a decision in that? I don't think there is. Okay, well done. Okay, but he won the PR. He won the PR. He's had a haircut. Pete's got it shorter than usual. 205, 235. You're not going to be displeased with that. But Seb looks a little bit tired, to be honest. So maybe that's why he's not playing super sharp. There's Tim Cross. Forgot about him. Just sort of checking in. Smelt like a 2 from both of you. Tim can smell the PR. And I'm going to be back later. I don't know when the next match is. I don't know when the match is. What I would like to be able to do is just go through the analysis here. If I don't have it. Oh no, it's not going to be now. I'm not going to go right. What? Well, I'm taking a break. I am taking a break, and what do I need to do? I'll see you guys in a bit. Thanks for watching. Don't be shy. Say hi. Hi, good morning. I'm back. So Tim and Tom, Thomas on the bottom, and it's still 0-0. Got to go Timbo in the chat. Not sure how many he's played, but Tom's got a double 3 to play. Okay, so he hit on the bar point. This is going to come in and come out, I think. I mean, what else can you do with a 6? Clearly a very good roll. Yeah, it's uncomfortable to have to come out with the 6 because then you leave yourself super vulnerable, but obviously the upsides should balance the downsides. That's going to hit. And then there's some uncomfortable discomfort in having to do this for Thomas. Clearly the upsides override the downsides, but he has to leave those two plots on the 8 and 7, and they do get hit well, one of them. I don't think Tim's going to spend too long on this, but actually playing 13-8 is a contender. So he does smell a fish. A rat is the right expression, not a fish. He does smell a rat, and rightly so, because he should consider playing 13-8, even though it's a small mistake. If you want to control the game, I suppose you play 13-8, and then you look at 10-5. Well, 10-5 is a worse version of 13-8, but anyway, it's going to hit. So downside, of course, of hitting is that you lose a ton of G's as white, as black, I mean. So it continues, and like it all started with Tim's 2-6 hit. But the fan should pretty much seal it for Thomas. Of course, he has to hit, so the 4 is going to come out. So Tim's going to try and make a fight of it. It's going to be difficult. Double 4. I don't know whether you hit on the ace. Got to bring some checkers out before you do anything, though. What do you want to do here? This 8. Oh, you can cover. I didn't see that. He hasn't seen it, actually. I wonder why. That's weird. We both didn't see it. I don't know. So either way, like not covering is an enormous blunder. So it's just going to make a blunder from not seeing a play. And it doesn't matter how good the other play does. The fact that he's not making the best play is going to just be a big whack to PR. So the second best play is hitting on the ace point and coming out to the 18. So fine if you couldn't make the best play, but his PR of 1.02 is going to be smashed. Okay, so he's going to give him a chance to see it. No, he's already played. Has he not? Has he played one? I wonder why he's... So all that's going through his mind or not is whether or not should I be hitting? Because when you don't see that you can cover the 2 point, not only does it make it a big blunder, but you're actually making it a very tricky play for yourself. It's going to use up a lot of time. I got to admit, I lost track of where all the checkers are, but I think there's a few more fours to come from here. I'm not sure. There's Johan in the background. If it's all to play from here, then it's hard to see Now it's hard to see why you wouldn't see it. I mean, this is just something that you would see like 99 times in 100, even more. Okay, so what did he end up playing? So the top play was worth 800 plus 0.8. Okay. Tim shouldn't. Oh, okay. Maybe he hasn't. I don't know why. It looked from Tom's face that Tim had pointed out that. Well, okay. I wonder what that was about. So Tim comes in with a 1. Yeah, that was a disaster. I don't know why sometimes things like that happen. So what, you're not covering with the 2? Okay, he wants to come up. And he's right. I suppose you get more numbers to escape when you come up to the 21, but that punishes that. And the other 2 are going to probably have to come down to the 11. And 2-6 is forced. So there are going to be some tricky plays for Tim. Like, should or shouldn't he leave the 24-point anchor? So 2-1, he probably just has to play 6-3. It's kind of forced. Although it's obviously a bad roll, that at least you have the consolation of it being easy enough to play, because 11-8 has got to be worse because it frees up a lot more checkers. It frees up all the checkers on the 18-point, whereas playing 6-3 just gives your opponent a 1. Okay, I don't get that. That makes that's a big blunder as well, but yeah, it made no sense to me. 2-1. Okay, you've got a 5-point board, so you can definitely think about getting checkers on the 18 moving, but computer just likes playing super safe. I'm not good at doing that, but nor is Thomas. Wants to get that moving, but I suppose you have to be a bit more precise about what can happen. Okay, he's going to look at it. This is not a pattern recognition play, I would say. So certainly if you're playing speed, you probably wouldn't do this. Interesting that this is slightly better than the 1 is slightly better placed if you do this to play to the 15-point than actually come up to the 22. I'm not immediately sure why, though it should be obvious. Because if you actually, I don't know, okay, is it something to do with double hits? So if you come play 23, 22, 18, 16, you get double hit with 6-4. Like so. As well as other stuff. So these are really tricky checker play decisions when your opponent has just made you you had a blitz and it failed, and then you're just trying to bring your checkers round. And the decisions are, it's really difficult to know whether or not you can leave shots or whether or not you should play super safe, which checkers to move first, whether or not to make anchors or break anchors. So clearly Tim's going to hit. He can't leave too many shots, so I assume he's going to have to hit with a 1 and play 8-5. So I'm sure he's going to get this. So there are some scenarios, maybe not immediately, where Thomas is going to suffer. Being forced to break the 18-point is the worst thing I think that can happen in this position. 2-3, but he can do it now. That makes things a lot easier. And you pray for a fan for your opponent, not just because obviously it wins the game, but because it makes your checker play decisions a lot easier. So priority would be moving the checkers on the 23, but you can't. So maybe you play 18, 16, 15, 11, getting a nice crossover, but actually no. Computer prefers 18, 14, 15, 13. But there's not very much difference in it. We've got Adam and Valencia in the chat. We've got Jesper Carlson. Nice to see you. Jogfan. TM. Danish Gambit. Is that Carsten? Don't know. Could be the other Carsten. So he does go for that, but of course, what you want is, like I said, as Thomas, is you want for Tim to fan, makes your life so much easier. So 1 is definitely coming up with one at least, not both of them. So he sees that. Yeah, I think I prefer to keep them split just to give myself a 5 come out from the 23 point. If you make the 22 point, then you don't have a 5 to escape. But Tim's got plenty of time. It's going to be take a long, a lot of. So that to me plays 23-16. Okay, yeah. Hey, yes, but thank you. My pleasure. So yeah, what was I saying about the 6-1 was okay, well I'll come back to it. So he fans, so he got hit. I missed a little bit there, and Tim could cover, but he doesn't cover. But of course he knows what he's going to do. I would suggest, okay, nice with the 2, that covering was stronger than this because being hit is so disastrous for black. But he doesn't hit. What's going on here? Is Tim like almost a favorite? Not quite. No, he was a favorite. That's just going to hit and make the 3 point. Tim is a very deliberate player, which is one of his great strengths. So just very calmly and considerately considering what he's going to do with the 1. Of course, he's going to hit, but he's just seeing which does what does what, and then he'll make his play. There's no hurry. I think I've no player that I've played that has greater deliberative abilities than Tim. He's just extremely calm, and I think it really pays off to his credit. Double 1 was a massive roll. 6-4. Well, you can hit. I didn't see it. My God, what would you do if you don't hit? You would play 24, 18, 12. Okay, so you would come out. That's what I was looking for. But the difference is enormous. 1 gives you minus 0.2. 1 gives you plus, what was it? Plus 0.65. So the hit the fan and doesn't take an enormous, a little bit of adjustment to see that this is, does it, would I immediately pass this as white? I would be very happy cubing. Yeah, it's a huge pass. So 1-5, all these entry numbers. This is how you decide that these positions are dead for you. Okay, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh my God. What? So maybe that's when you don't see like any 1-4, 2-4, 2-3 are just complete disasters. And it's funny though, actually, when you say that, you can, if you get missed, you can still get away with somehow winning the game. So there's this 3rd level analysis, but basically the simplistic way of seeing these are passes is by looking at the coming in numbers that you have as the player being doubled. Kind of want to come off the 24 for outfield control. And it's right. Nice. Okay, so you do give your opponent some pointing numbers that will point on the 1 point, but 6-5. So that's going to come out and hit. So that's one of the numbers that you give your opponent, makes it better for him with the decision to come off the 24 point anchor. 6-5. I suppose we'd like to hit, but we're going to play 12-7. Yeah. Just play it clean and clear. No need for complications. And you win a gammon anyway. And by talking about gammons, I mean, this is a 4 cube. This could be just completely over. This could be one of those one game rollouts, 1 game matches. Tricky move. Tempted to make the 19. 18. Yeah. Not the 17. Okay, that's not too bad. But now he just gets past with a random 6. So that's just going to come into the 5. So gammons are up to 23. They were up to 30. But it looks pretty gammonish to me. 5 for what? Yeah. Yeah, also, I wouldn't have done that. Computer doesn't like that. So putting white on the bar isn't winning you that many more gammons when you factor in the ability for white to just break the 23 point or to have to be forced off, and that's going to win you some gammons. So that plays into the downside of making the ace point there. But so far, Thomas has been fanning. So if Thomas keeps fanning, then it makes making the 1 point a viable move. So 6-3, do you just play from the 7 point, just clear, or is that too early? It's a bit too early. Just bring it in. So you definitely want to clear the 7, but maybe when you've got 2 checkers out there, okay, I wouldn't do that, but that's actually all good. Looking even now at just clearing that troublesome 7 point, which you can't do. Not happy to have a 7 point here because it just doesn't need to be there. You're not priming. Well, you kind of are. It's not true. You can't be categorical, but in a sense, the best thing. Okay, so he still doesn't clear it. Thomas is hoping for like a 1, possibly, just be able to slot the 6 point. 3-2 brings them in. So it looks like we're going to be carrying on, thankfully. Yeah, 6 I would come out. Again, I came to a point where you don't really want to come out because as soon as you come out, you make your opponent's life so much easier. When you only got 1 checker back, it's vulnerable. The opponent can continue threatening to point on you. But you can't just stay there. Can't just stay there to lose gammons. So that plays 5-3. Whoa, 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 what? What was that? That was just a complete. That was crazy. I mean, I know it didn't seem the computer didn't think it was a big mistake, but he just played it without. I'm not sure why. I think he just didn't see it. That's bizarre, actually. And bizarre why it wasn't a bigger. I don't know why it wasn't a bigger mistake. Okay, that's nice anyway. It's all good. So that brings in 2 checkers. Tim is probably not going to win a gammon. I mean, he's not, but so interesting. He doesn't get a decision for. Well, it's Jin anyway, so he wouldn't get a decision. Yes, he would have got a decision if he hadn't rolled a 6. Okay. So kind of difficult to handle being 4-0 up in any match really, in a 7-point match. Do you play 24-22? You do, but it's very close. Trying to protect. Checker's a little bit more vulnerable on the 21 point. When your opponent hits you, he gets to hit you off a point that he's more wanting to make. And I don't think it's going to be a pass. This is very easy cube. It could be a pass. No. It's close. What? No, it's not. It is and it isn't. I mean, it wouldn't be the worst mistake in the world to pass this. So snap take by Tim. Really good take. That's an easy play. Just making the 4 point. And so far, so good for Tim. Like the rolls shouldn't be too difficult. I guess you're going to hit on the 14. Computer thinks playing 13-9 and not hitting is not too bad. So now it can get a little bit tricky because now Tim will be forced, and he won't be displeased to do it. He'll be forced. Okay, so Thomas is not immediately doing that, but I think he will. Tim will, if Tim rolls like, it's like in that game, in the first game when Tim was hitting and had to break the anchor. So Tim will be forced to hit with like 1-6, 2-6, things like that, 2-1, 3-1. Maybe 3-1 won't hit, but it will be uncomfortable and it won't be obvious that that's the right move. 4-6, I suppose, you're very happy to hit because you get to make the anchor. And now, again, I would say that it's pretty easy to play for black. There shouldn't be too many difficult decisions, certainly not in this role. And that's what you're looking for. Question is, are you going to make the 2-point? Yeah, this isn't that easy, actually. I think maybe I would. Yes. It is right. Make your life a lot easier, actually. But having said that, I look at, if you just take the checker from the spare from the 13 and make the 7, it looks pretty good. He does go for that. Yeah, I think I would have switched. I know the computer says it's right and it's easy to sit here and say, oh, I would have done that. But I would have done, but I wouldn't have been certain. I would have been thinking maybe I should have just made this 7-point. So if you're going to do this, you can come off the anchor with the 5. Oh, you can hit again. Oh, wow. Okay, now he's going to do it. Like, it's hard to do that when you've just made the 7-point. You just turn down the 2-point. But now the computer confirms the consistency of it. But if Tim decided that he wasn't going to switch, then it's weird that he wants to. Well, weird's not quite the right word, but it's interesting that he wants to now. He sees it now because breaking that solid 5 prime is not trivial, especially when you're leading 4-0. But having said all that, Thomas's board is just not strong enough to withstand the loose hit on the 2-point. You know, he's got nothing. Okay, so he goes for 13-8, which is just totally fine. Totally fine. Now you can hit, right? Now, even if you roll a 5, I think you're happy to hit. You've got so much more wood. So the 6 is immediately hitting. But now you're faced with like, are you going to make the 1-point? I suppose you are. But it's close. Again, these tricky things get in your head. Like, I should know this. I don't. It's like, what? I don't know. Should I make the 1-point? Of course, the huge swing on making the 1-point is double 1, duh, obviously. But like, I think the other numbers not such a big swing. And not making the 1-point, if your opponent rolls a 2, I think you're much happier not to have made the 1-point. Okay, so Tim is happier now that he's got the bar. That's right. That makes sense. 6, I'm not sure whether I would just play 15-9 or come out. Oh, 24-18. Don't know why. But Tim made a good play. Okay, so again, you're going to be very happy to hit with 5s. I'm sure Tim will hit with a 5. He rolls one. So in this strange position of leading 4-0 and just like still blitzing and being correct to blitz, but it doesn't mean that because you're leading 4-0, you're not going to blitz. The 4, I would always just play 15-11. It's looking pretty bleak. Quite a lot would have to go wrong for Tim to lose this now. And then the 1 I would immediately come in, but Tim doesn't do that. I'm not a fan of now you've got 3 men on the bar. he just keeps the prime. There's no need to deny yourself the extra. I mean, you're going to be hitting when Thomas comes in with a 1. You want to be hitting with as many numbers as you can. So now, if Thomas comes with a 1, you're going to be hitting with 6s, but nothing else. Having said that, it's not immediately right to just play 14-5. I wouldn't say that, but it does turn out to be right. Okay. But I want Thomas to roll a 1 and Tim to show us that he's going to be breaking the prime to hit with a 6. I mean, it's obvious. So therefore, he should have broken it anyway. Well, with the 1, it saves an enormous amount of gammons. I mean, I should have made that clear. And I guess it saves gammons because it wins. There are now a lot of games that Tim would win. He won't be winning because Thomas is going to win them. And when you can't win the game, you can't gammon your opponent. So 6-2, yeah, I would just break the bar. Again, this is a different idea, but you need to get them in. So Tim, it's interesting. He sort of was reluctant in the last game to clear the bar. He kept the bar with something like 6-3, although it was right. It was right. It's just shows you what you're thinking about, what your idea of what you could clear the 6 point, possibly. Okay, I don't love this structure. This can generate shots. It's the flat structure here. So you wanna be able to have cleared or at least pre-cleared the 6 point. So now you're happy to get a checker off. This I find tricky. Yeah, this leads to the double shot. I don't think I would do this. But he's right. Okay, really nice play. I guess you pay off when it's not. You didn't leave a double shot when your opponent's only got a 2 point board. $13-7, I think, is pretty clear to unstack one of the 5 checkers. But this isn't bad because it gets outfield control. Like if Tim rolls 3-6 or 5-4, now Thomas will have a double shot. The hits. But I would be desperate to unstack and be able to slot a point that I'm desperate to make. I don't just it just doesn't look nice to do this. Now some difficult decisions here. Are you just going to make the 12, I suppose? Okay, not too bad. You're going to have to clear the 6, I suppose. Now you're not going to leave extra shots for a while. Oh, this is awkward. Going a bit deep. Okay, no other play, according to the computer, but now if the opponent comes in with a 4, okay, the 3 is forced, so you get a triple shot. It's very kind of, what's the word? It's like, white is got huge momentum, but at any time if black rolls one of his like top 5 numbers, he just wins a gammon. So that's going to happen for like 3 or 4 or 5 rolls until Thomas kind of closes the 4 point or makes a 5 prime. Okay, so Thomas will hit loose. He's got nothing to lose. I mean, he could just make the 8 point, but then 5s or 6s escape. So what? 6-4, 6-4. Computer wanted to bizarrely break the 6 point, leave a shot on the 6 point. I'm not sure what the analysis. Wanted to play 2 from the 6 point. Okay, so there's one of the rolls that probably won't just automatically win, but Thomas up to hey Jeff. This is awkward. Like, you don't want to play any of those threes. The other two of them. I suppose you don't want to. What you don't want to do is play 2 from the 4 point. Always these decisions about like whether or not I don't think I would come off the anchor, but I would. Oh yeah, you should. With both, didn't think about coming off with both. Like, no need to stay. No need to stay when your opponent's only got 2 off, so you can just focus on containing the back checker. And coming off the back with 2 checkers makes focusing on the back checker easier because it gets checkers into the outfield. But he's not. How can we put it? It's not in the list of moves in his head. He simply just has not even. It's not that he's even not seen it. It's just not something that he would even consider. And so maybe he wouldn't. Well, he can't move now. But of course, now he's going to consider it because there's nothing else. Thomas should win this game pretty much all the time. Even now, you could come off the 18. Yeah, you don't want to get stuck off the 18, off the 24. So yeah, not much happening. Like now, we just have to wait for Thomas to close the position out. You come off the 24. I mean, no reason not to. I don't know. I mean, either way, it's not going to make much difference. Okay. So I think the computer prefers, the reason why computer prefers to stay on 24 point is because it wants to make sure to get numbers that for white that don't crack your position. And that's not only in the immediate upcoming roll. So now I would play 7 to 1. That's in a set of rolls, like a set of 2 or 3 rolls going forward. Like, white's game plan is just to make sure that he gets the closeout and puts his spares in the right places. And that's what will account for the differences in all the plays. So Tim's happy not to move there, but he should be losing the game, whatever happens. In fact, so saying that, it actually doesn't really matter if Tim rolls a 2. Shouldn't make much difference to Tim's winning chances. So I would come up with a 3 because that gives me a good double 5. No, double 5 is a bit awkward. And then that you just close out because that's what you want to do. I don't know. I'm being hot. I just don't know why he would be thinking about with 2 off, even with 4 off. I wouldn't remotely be thinking about trying to get another checker back. I would be very clear about wanting to close the board here, because closing the board means that I cut down on any of the ways I can lose the game. And the way that is true because, well, okay, he's going to do it is because if he doesn't close the board and Tim just doesn't come in, then Thomas can give himself numbers that make him have to break the 6 prime, and this avoids that. And that's all he was trying to do, which is why for me it was very clear just to, when you can make the board there, you should just do it. So now with 2 men off, I would have guessed the winning chances were like, I don't know, and a gap on the ace point, what, 96%? Okay, it's not quite that. Five two, I would just clear from the rear. But I'm okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Yeah, better to. Okay. Yeah, this. That's difficult to take 2 checkers off in future. You have to roll an exact 2-1 or 4-1. So when your opponent's on the bar, you can't take 2 checkers off. So it makes the viability of playing 6-4-6-1 less. It makes it less viable. Okay, no, he's just happy just to try and bear off safely. He's going to win, and that is going to be that's going to be 4-2. Right. PR's what? 5 for Thomas. So he opens with a 6-3, 6-2. I would probably split. Nice. 5-2 just hits. That hits. Awkward. Tempted. I mean, I would be tempted to play 10-8 and maybe even bar 22, but 13-11, which is what Sage wants to do, is not. Yeah, I wouldn't do it. And nor does he. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Who else is in the event? There's a few. The guy standing on the left shoulder is Johan from Sweden. Sebastian Wilkinson. I think Radu from the UK. So Tim did make the 5 point. Just play 24, 22, 23, 18. No. Okay, why not? Anyway, so like both got anchors. What's going on? Both have got anchors. Tim's threatening to make a 4 prime. Thomas hasn't got lots of good rolls here. So for one of them, he could even come out. Okay. Okay, he does. That's a tricky one. That is a tricky one. Because you're leaving 5s and 3s on the inside and 1s on the outside. Yeah, he doesn't do it. What has the most gain? I suppose 22-16, but even then it was hard to see what the gain was. Okay, that makes the 4 point and splits, I think. That's junk, just plays 8-2. And Tim's actually going to have a cube. I wasn't even thinking, but I can see from the analysis. I mean, there's every chance, I think, that Tim will just not. What is so? Is he's thinking? Okay, he's thinking. So nice to be able to cube this, even though, I mean, suppose because you're leading 4-2, the mistake's never going to be that big to miss a cube. Very nice. Okay, because your opponent can just pass as well, which is horrible, kind of. Not because he does, he just passes. That's like a, yeah. Like, if anything, I think the going no double take there makes more sense than double pass from a score point of view as well. And score is everything in backgammon. So Tim 529, don't know what happened to make that. You can see the check appear. Okay, some sort of cube. Okay, that makes 2 points. Yeah, I suppose you could. I mean, you could play 13-3, but yeah, you want to. But that's also okay. 13-3 is best. It's funny. Just like, no, that can't be right, but it is. It is, and yeah, I can understand why you would think because you're outboarded, but score does not argue for 24-14. It argues for 13-3. Tim makes a beautiful 21-point anchor. 3 is tricky. Do you play 24-21? Do. Okay, that's 2 down. Or that. I'm not sure. 2 down was okay. Yeah, just. Oh god, you want to escape? Okay, how far down are you? Okay, escaping is. Escaping wins more games. This is an easy one. Yeah, that was something fishy. Actually, best play computer wanted to slot play 8-6, and you can do that because you're just trailing 5-2. You can just play, and Tim's got to make the 4 point here. It's the first play I saw, but I don't know if I would do it. I guess I probably would, seeing the blotting board. But look, this is the swing on play on the 6-2. If he'd have played 13-7-8-6, now the 3-1. How would Tim have played it? He'd have played. Imagine that checker on the 2 point is on the 8 point. Okay. Oh, he doesn't do it. Yay. That's definitely coming out. So Thomas has got a long way, but he's just trying to get that guy, obviously get that guy safe and get the cube in and win 2 points. He's not going to win more than 2. what do you do? Do you bring the 4 down? Probably not. No, that would be a blunder. So it's going to come out and make the 4. No. I mean, why no? Firstly, yeah, I can see the analysis. I saw it already, but just to but why no? Because you've got that white blot hanging out there, and he's not necessarily going to get safe, and making the 4-point makes it so much better for you if you can hit that guy. The 3, I don't know. 5 to 2 is better. Okay, that just plays 2 down. Okay, now it looks like close to a pass. It's not actually a pass yet because the equity is not. There are some rolls. This might be enough. It is. I think Tim will. Funny, he's only got 19%, but the take point's like much lower than that. Once you know these little things in BG, they make life a lot easier. Like just little tricks that people know, that the take point here is really low, but it also makes perfect sense because your opponent gets very little for winning the extra point. It takes him to 4 as opposed to just going to 3. So you know that you need nothing. Okay, he just passes. I don't like that. I think this is quite an easy practical take in my book. Like once you know that the take point is super low, you're like, it would take a lot for you to pass that. So Tim has to come up to the 20 this score where he's just desperate not to get gammoned. So this you hit. No, you don't do this. You don't do this. Oh, you do? What? XG does. I think after 4-5, someone can check. If you opponent splits and comes down, you roll 6-1. I think you hit and play 13-7 with the 6. Okay, so Thomas continuing to try and make an anchor. Tim's got a little, maybe something worth thinking about. I think he probably has to hit. Okay, no, completely wrong. Oh, no. What am I doing? I'm reversing. Sorry. I got confused. I thought Thomas was the one that, Tim was the one that had to win a gammon. Okay, so Thomas has got something here. Like, let's see what happens. Obviously, with Tim rolls a 4, then Thomas won't be able to cube. PRs are suspicious. I agree, but basically, Thomas is I don't know what. Okay, as a transcription, that's Jorgen's son, Jason, doing the transcription. But all I know is if I'm white here, I'm like staring at the position, like trying to like stare off any 4. If black doesn't roll a 4 here, then I might be cubing. And either way, I don't think I'm going to make a big mistake in cubing if black doesn't roll a 4. Like, let's say, what else could black roll, which is pretty good, 6-2. If black rolls 6-2, I don't think it's going to be a double either. Or what about 6-5? Maybe 6-5 would be a double. Maybe it would be a double. Because Tim needs that. Okay, what with 3-2? I'm like feeling like who needs to play 24-21, that's for sure. Okay, equity minus 0.374 suggests that this is, I don't know, actually, is this enough? I would re-spend. He's got time. You can't not double this in a sense. There's nothing that can go wrong. Okay, what is it? Still not a double. That's bizarre. Not bizarre. It's just it doesn't agree with me, and I don't like that. So this is. I think you hit on the 4 point, not the 5, because you get to unstack. Oh, he did cube though, and also he's playing 13-5, which okay is slightly better, very slightly. So I think both are happy with that role because obviously Tim's happy to anchor, but Thomas is also happy that he gets to make the 5. Look, he does, and he comes out. So even if Tim hits him there, Thomas is pretty happy. Oh my god, I didn't even see this play. I don't know if I would do it, but it's nice. It's very nice. It's actually, I can see why it's better, but okay. I would struggle. I would think that making the 5 point wins more G's. So Tim's obviously going to hit. But like I said, even though Tim hits, Thomas is not displeased. And of course, after the 2-1, he's pretty happy. He probably knows he's not going to automatically gammon Tim, but I 3-6. I would have had to think about there. So it's just going to play 13, 8, 12, 6. No, it's not. Just put them on the 7. Okay, so I guess you don't have to stack the 6 point. And of course, after that 6-5, Tim is thinking, I can win. So it's going to make the 2. Yeah, I can see you don't want to, Tim, but there's nothing better. He just doesn't want to do it. He just wants to do something else. It is awkward because if Thomas rolls a 5, then you're going to have to think about, are you going to be hitting off the 20 point? But here, actually, it's better just to come in on the 22 point. Is Thomas behind in the race then? I don't know. I've lost all track of the race, but wow. Oh, he does hit. My God, I wouldn't have. What a good play. What a good play. 5-4, amazing roll. I don't know if I would have hit there at all. 5-2 just makes the 3 and slots the 5. No, he's got to get that guy direct proof. So he's going to have to leave something. 6-4, double 5. Double 5 wins the game. Okay, now Thomas just needs to. Okay, yeah, it goes to the 7. That's a good place for it to go, but Tim can just sit there and sit on his like 30% wins or whatever they are, because the race is too close for comfort. And Tim's not going to have very difficult decisions, I don't think. There might be some tricky, there's Jürgen in the background. There might be a little bit of a trickiness, like, do I come off with both kind of decision or come off with the 1? This is kind of awkward. 6-3 twice, I suppose. And you keeping the 8 point. And breaking it would be a huge blunder. Double 4's terrible. Just the worst. Like, really no upside. The upside of, like, pips is almost completely 0. Because they just waste. And, of course, also what double 4 does is it forces the leading of the anchor. Okay, there's another sort of semi-double 4. Almost as bad. So there are some. Okay, maybe not now. Crazy to like just leave that there, go and like try and get gammoned. Get a gammon. Yeah, playing leaving the 8 point. Wow, just playing 6-1-3-1, and so your opponent rolls like 3-2, 3-1. Then you've got the 8 point. You can hit with 4s still. There are some numbers, but he's going to come out with both and be very happy. Yeah. So Thomas should have kept the 6 point to try and win gammons. Oh my God, I was about to say that was Oliver in the background, Oliver Squire. I think I thought, and it's not, and I don't think they look remotely alike, but for a second. So we could see that the gammon is like, okay, it's not there, but there was a tiny sniff, and Thomas should have. Whether or not he might have been thinking that as well, it's hard to know because you don't know. You can only judge from someone's movements and draw inferences. But he it didn't seem like he was thinking about the gammon, and he didn't make that 6-1-3-1 play, keeping the 8 point. But look, from nowhere, what? Okay. I just switched off for 1 second. It was like, what? Who's 4 away? Who's 2 away? Okay, so it's going DMP. Okay, Tim does keep. Probably as a slight favorite. Happy with that. Because Thomas hasn't got that much that's going to kill Tim. And okay, but that is one of them. And I'm just going to make the 3. Okay, kind of obvious, but just stating it for the books. 2-1, yeah, make the 23, I suppose. And after that, it's pretty even. You come out to the 18. It's always like a back and forth. So Thomas has established favoritism, I think, after that 5-1. If Tim doesn't hit, but he does, then Thomas would be drawing much closer to bringing his checkers round and winning the game. But after that hit, no. And the fan changes everything. The other 2-2s are hard. Don't think I want to make the ace. No. It's not a contender, really. When you're back on the 23, so you make the ace, it's just too hard to put the pieces back together again. So you have to do this and just hope that your opponent doesn't roll a 2-6, 5-6, 1-6, 5-2, double 5. So he didn't. The 5 is forced to come in. They'll probably play 3 down. But that's a good play. Maybe he sees that it's just not necessary to leave another checker, even though it unstacks a semi-heavy point. Just hits twice. Interesting. Well, Tim's got like loads of time. So he's just considering. and he makes the right play. Dice on checker works. The one is really big. Well, at least he comes in. No, that's not legal. I was looking at 10 to 5, and it's not a big mistake. I mean, there are only, how many possible fives are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So probably the only one that's really bad is 6 to 1. Nice. He does do that. I like that. Okay, it goes down in value. After a higher analysis, it should be very close to 50-50. Okay, it is. Tim's a slight underdog after the 4-2. Massive roll, but Tim doesn't always cover. He does this time. Goes up only to a 63.7% favorite. That's surprising. I know he's got 4 checkers back, but oh, it just shows you. Oh, he's got to leave the bar slotted, I would say. Stream is laggy, Harris says. I didn't mind that. Computer doesn't like it. I suppose because you're 6, you're going to make the bar anyway. So there's no need for you to bring that checker to 21 point. Is that logical? No, that's the reverse logic actually. So I don't know why playing 23-21, just even though you dupe your own 6s to some degree. Anyway, so Tim's like massive favorite. That's hard not to play that, but yeah. Double one is like gives him some sort of little hope. Yeah, so coming out, so it's only leaving double 6, which will hit and cover. Yeah, I was thinking about coming out. Because how can you win? How can you win after doing this? Although you're unlikely to win if you come out from the anchor, but how can you win when you got 2 checkers behind a 5 prime? So just come out. I suppose what you're aiming for is he doesn't hit you, then you roll another 6, or you get one of the checkers safe. And this is the downside, so you just get sent back. But what have you lost? Not that much. You're not going to get gammoned. PR is what, 5.4? That's a nice roll. You never know, things can happen, but if you don't have your opponent closed out, can go wrong. Not like that, but that can also happen. Okay, yeah, so I'm not really saying much, but there's not all that much to say. It's just Tim's gonna win. But he's gonna lose the PR. Prefer 6-5. Not sure why 5-4 is better. Very nice. %3 difference. More. What'd you do? Make the no. Just clear. Yeah, I wouldn't get this right. I would have probably just switch. But it leaves a bad 6-6, 5-5, 4-4. So if you play from the 6 point, he can just run with a 6, and he has to run with a 6 anyway. If he doesn't, then you only have 4 bad numbers. Yeah, or this. This is, how can this be that bad? I can't see it in the list though. I think the computer reconsidered. That double force is pretty good because it means you can't lose. Apparently that's Jin, but he's not going to give up. Oh, not quite, is it? He's still not going to give up. Oh, he is. Okay. Cool. Okay. Guys, I don't know how quick it's quick and fast, but I'm not sure how much I will be commentating. Maybe there'll be someone else. I don't know. But thank you for watching. Could well be now. I don't even know. Could well be now. But I won't commentate if it is. Maybe back in a bit. Bye.
Well, good morning, everyone. I don't know if I am on and live. It appears as though I am. So, joining the action late, this is Kent Goulding, longtime backgammon historian, player, teacher, publisher of analyzed matches, trying to join the watch party and see if I can understand or help everybody else understand what these myriad grandmasters of backgammon are doing here in the 21st century. I've seen Professor B play before at the Merit Middle Eastern Championship. Johan Benel, I understand, is super top quality, newer, younger player, at least by my standards. That very likely plays at a far higher level than I ever did. This is a great game right here. I mean, we're 0-0 to 7. PR obviously matters, and so does winning. And it's a tricky position. I mean, Johan has a serious problem with three checkers pinned back or partially pinned back on the 23 point. But otherwise, all his checkers are in a good position. And Mr. B has all of his checkers in play except those two on his ace point. So if this goes well for Johan, he can easily win this despite being far back, in the race. It's all his checkers are in play. He still has plenty of room. And look, duplicated twos was nice. Now he has to clean it up. Johan's trying to bring his checkers around constructively, but has to be very worried about getting hit. If look, the 6-2 does nothing. I'd look at triplicates twos, runs out here. Now that it's just twos to shoot at plus sevens. And that forces him to give up the 18-point anchor. And with it, a huge part of his game. Now Johan can win by trying to catch Mr. B as he gives up the 18 point, and then try to counter prime the whatever checker he catches. It's going to be, now the question now is it too early to hit? And if he doesn't hit, what does he do? I mean, the obvious candidates are, if you hit, you're just exposing yourself to counter hits and disaster. So my guess is you're supposed to, you're supposed to roll over and try to get a better number. But my guess is he's supposed to do something in his home board, maybe make that point. I kind of like that. Well, look, we get analysis by whatever the latest bot is here. This is fun. And that's recommending, I see, playing the ace from 13 to 12 may have been an oversight. That's there was a safe play with the ace in the outfield to bring it closer and then slot the 3 as opposed to making the 3. Okay, now the question is, does he pick that up? And I think that's reasonable. It's perfectly reasonable. And back the other way, and we're right back where we were. Johan has, partially buried a checker, and just tight, no blots. Now, Abdullah better run. Okay, good. I was about to say, he better roll a number that doesn't add up to 5 or 6, or he'd be forced to break his board. He's still under duress if he rolls double 5s, or even 6-5 cracks him. 4-2. It's what he's thinking about is it might it possibly be right to give up the anchor now, and he decides no, it is not. Plus, there's a question of the cube. I mean, what should be happening with the cube here? Should Mr. B have doubled already? Is this such an easy take? It's now I got to figure out how to read the bot's analysis. 13 to 8, 5 to 4 certainly is by far the most natural looking play. We get deeper analysis coming up. As soon as I figure out how to read it, I'm so used to XG that whatever this is, backgammon sage or something, I have to, the format's essentially the same. I just have to make sure I understand it all. It looks like these plays are very, very close. The five should go down clearly, and then the ace is relatively insignificant. Here we go. Now that's good news and bad news. Is the good news that disengages from the 18-point partially. The bad news is he's got to play next turn, and the outfield's wide open. And here again, Johan desperately wants to. I mean, it's hard to not play. Well, he could just abandon the 12-point, but boy, you'd like to. Is it worth the risk of leaving a 2-shot to cover the 4-point? And it may well be. Oh, here we get some actual analysis, and yeah, it's the top 2 plays. It's very close. But at this level analysis, and here we're going to get some deeper analysis, this level analysis, it's saying the risks are worth the rewards to make the 4-point, and the deeper analysis backs that up. But it's relatively close. These are okay. It turns out arguably this worked. He would have been hit with the 2 the other way. Now we've got 7s, 11s, and aces, but he's got to cover as well, and that 7 is blocked. So we have no real choice here. We're gonna build our 4-point and probably bring the checker from the 9 to the 6. It looks pretty straightforward. The other plays are relatively close, but basically the key is build the 4.1, 2, 3, 4. Virtually forced. The only other plays leave voluntary shots or something. Now we line them up. Try to. I actually kind of like that play. Just line them up. Don't waste any pips. And try to build a prime, and 6-4 is the only shot, along with double 6s and double. Oh, look, double 4s. We got to check the interior points. There's plenty of checkers there, but he's got to rip 4 off or take 1 off and make the hole on the 5-point. I think it's an interesting trade-off between getting the extra checkers off and not. And I think getting the extra checkers off might be the way to go. This just it only gets 1 off, and is how much. So, well, let's look at our analysis. Our analysis says it's not close. Rip 4, and I think part of that is that you're getting 4 off. If you strip down the position a little bit, put a couple of those checkers on the 4-point, or one of those checkers on the 4-point on the ace point, and maybe the safer play is right. This looks slightly safer in the long run, but only gets 1 checker off, and I think that's what he went for. But the bot analysis, no, ripping 4 off was better, and the risk was not that much greater. Plus, you had 3 extra checkers off. And we'll see. Now this silly, totally flexible builders spread out everywhere, and 5-2 is poo. It doesn't make the bar point. It doesn't make the 2-point. If he slots the 2-point, he unslots the bar point. You maybe just bring that far back checker into the 4-point, or something. What's our AI analysis say? 7-2, 3-1. Oh, the AI analysis is slotting all the points. Interesting. I noticed XG sometimes does that too. It doesn't care about the immediate blots. It just slots the points that are needed. Or looks like second choice, which is virtually tied, is to build the 1-point. So, that's the human play right there. But apparently the bot play thinks it's better. How did the cube get to 8? My goodness, I wasn't even watching. Somewhere along the way, the cube got to 8. So we're playing this basically as double match point, because that's what it is. First match, a single cube. There's no shots yet. Still a chance. Now he's forced off the anchor. There is no racing chances. This makes it 1 and done if he happens to roll a 2. He did not. Now it's 1 and done with double 5s and ace. He's still in the game. 9 checkers off or whatever. Now that's the end of this game. Game 1 is done. I don't know if we've gotten to see a good ongoing PR analysis by the bot. Oh, there it is. Is it in there somewhere? I got to understand it. All right, that didn't take long. For those who haven't been following, you can find all the results. You can find all the results at backgamondata.com /tournaments/Stockholm 2026, and you can see all 22 competitors. You can see the results of. I'm looking at it. You can see the standing results, at least as far as it's gone, with the PR analysis, and you can see the win-loss analysis. You can look at these PRs, the PRs that are in there in the database now. Embarrassingly worst is poor Sebastian Wilkinson at a 2.52. I mean, that's the worst of the 4 they've updated and have on the screen right now. 2.52, 2.11 for Johan Moazed. Pete Heskett teaching his countrymen how to play backgammon at 2.15, and then Matthias Roos at limping in there at 1.26. My goodness, it's astonishing. Now let me get back to where we were, so I can see what's actually happening. And we're waiting for more action. Next match will be soon. Speaking of the Brits, Oliver Squire and Pete Heskett. That'll be fun. I've sort of become dual backgammon federation. I've been playing most of my backgammon in the U.S. under the auspices of the U.S. Backgammon Federation, but my daughter lives in London. I have been spending for years time there, but I've also gotten involved in playing in UK BG tournaments and having a great time. So we're zipping around here trying to get everybody ready. If anybody hasn't followed what's happening, like sometimes me, you can what's going on here. What we're doing here is trying to determine the challenger to too many Zeds, Zdenek Zizka. The finals will be in home court advantage to ZZ in Prague, in the Czech Republic, where in the background over my shoulder, the trophy you see there is the year 2000 Czech Open Championship trophy, which I won getting lucky against Johannes Leverman in the finals with the late Paul McGreal doing closed circuit commentary. That was a real highlight. I loved it. So the finals will be ZZ defending his title against whoever this contender series produces. There are 4 contender matches. This is the 4th. The 4 contender matches will each produce 1 winner. The 4 winners will go to the semifinals in Monte Carlo shortly, and the winner there will go to play ZZ. Of the 4, the first of the 4 contenders this cycle was the, let me get the dates right. The first one was in February in San Antonio, where there was all kinds of fun action in the finals with Michi Kageyama playing 2-time world champion Frank Frigo. And Frank, it's fun to go watch the the YouTube if you haven't seen it already. In any event, Michi had a huge lead in the PR, and going into the final match, Frank was basically dead. He had to both win the match and not just win the PR, but win the PR by some monstrous amount. I mean, he had to somehow get Michi to play 20 or 200. I'm not sure where the decimal point goes. Points worse. So we're talking about, instead of playing at 2.2, Michi playing at 2.6 or 7 or whatever Michi was playing at, Frank had to get Michi to play at 25 or 30 while Frank played at 2 or 3. And he actually made his best bet to do that by, from the opening roll on, slotting all his points and trying to get into a ridiculous position with zillions of checkers back, where both players' PRs were going to be wrecked. But with a little bit of, with a lot of luck, maybe Michi's would be wrecked worse. And that strategy didn't work, but it was sort of fun. It was sort of fun to watch. In a minute, continuing my recap, Michi was the first to be, one of the 4 finalists, followed in early or mid to late April in Istanbul, Mark Olsen, Backgammon Galaxy's own Mark Olsen, rolled in. And then the Tokyo final had Hideaki Ueda with a modest 2.37 PR take the 3rd spot. So we're playing here for the 4th position in the semifinals to be held in Monte Carlo. Exact dates, check your website, but I believe soon. And I guess waiting for, I don't know how long we have to wait. I can kill more time giving a little history. So we've got Mark Olsen, Hideaki Ueda, and Michi, the old geezer of the set, playing, waiting for the winner of this tournament. This tournament, by the way, it looks like there's 22 players. I only know a handful of them, and the world has basically passed me by. But looking at 22 players will play 12 preliminary rounds, 12 preliminary 7-point matches. They get a point for a win and a point for best PR that match. The top 6 of those after 12 rounds make it into the knockout semifinals, and the other 2 semifinalists are drawn from those who did not have that many points, but had the top 2 best average PRs among those who weren't in the top 6, which will be, there'll be 16 players that aren't in the top 6, and the top two PRs there round out the field of 8. And we'll see all of that, I believe, over the next couple of days. I think the 12 preliminary rounds, I think 6 are played today and 6 are played tomorrow. And beyond that is over my horizon, but easily discovered if you dig around for the tournament information, which is up there. What have we got off to the somebody? Oh, I see. Where it looks like we're madly setting up to get. I don't know how much of this is visible to everybody or just on my screen, but setting up to get Pete Heskett and Oliver Squire. This will be fun. It's I'll have to adopt my British accent to get this done, which I cannot do. If I could bring in my grandchildren, they could do it very well. Although one of my grandchildren is bilingual. She speaks with both an American accent and a British accent. Go figure. What they do to children these days. We're almost ready to go. Pete Heskett and young Oliver Squire, youngish Oliver Squire. I guess he's not as young as he used to be, but still looks young. They both look young to me, for goodness sake. They both play extremely well. I guess it's more common these days than the old days, but top backgammon players and nice guys. Boy, I had to contend with some interesting ones back in the old days. I guess they were nice. They were just peculiar, and maybe they're still out there. Any event, almost ready to go. This, to me, I'm living in some sort of fantasy future. I learned to play backgammon. There was no internet. There was no the recording technology didn't exist at all. Certainly not video recording. Computers, such as they were, had like black and white or green and white screens that had no video whatsoever. And to see matches, and I was one of the ones who developed the technology. I had to use paper and pencil and record the moves like chess players used to do. And many of us who started recording matches way back when were all chess players. That includes Paul McGrill and Bill Roberti and Mike Senkowitz and others. And we were Kit Woolsey, who's also a chess and bridge player. We were recording by hand, the same notations used today, but we'd scribble it on a piece of paper. And then later on, go back and set up a backgammon board and go over what was happening. And that would, if you could then publish that, you could, the general public could have a chance to see how players were playing at these fancy tournaments, which were often held in luxury spots, and the entry fees were sometimes beyond the means of the average player. Oh, look, they're laughing and having a good time, chatting away, and ready for action. It was in just after the hand recording was starting to catch on. I got my hands on or recorded myself or had recorded key matches from big tournaments. And back then, a short match was 15 points. And I published, for a couple of years, I published a dozen matches with all the moves, diagrams, and with commentary. And that was sort of a precursor to what we're watching now, except for it had all had to be done in writing. And that was 45 years ago. All right, we're all off and running. Unthinkable through most of the 20th century would be these early game tempo hits. You'd get laughed at if you made a tempo hit like this. We've learned through playing with bots, or young players who only learned playing with bots, and I think Oliver Squire counts there. The tempo hits are made routinely, and if we were to make a tempo hit in the old days, we would never cover it. The goal would be to recirculate that checker so we were still playing with 15 checkers. And it turns out that was, it wasn't that we were stupid, it's just that we were wrong. We wanted to play positionally like chess. We were chess players, most of us. And that's right in many cases, but it's not universally right, as we're seeing here. How do I get, well, I guess I just got to watch the small screens. Hopefully you guys can see just one big screen. I've got little screens on my screen. Maybe it's my fault. Maybe I can figure out how to change the display. Now I can see what's happening, so it doesn't really matter. Barely. Move my geezerly eyes closer. And here we have it. Pete's trying to do his best and if possible, attack with his, having already made his ace point, but he's positionally in a bit of trouble. And Oliver, I guess, is what's going on here is, he's got what's he got, a 5-3 to play. I have to figure out if I can change the screen or if that's got to be done for me. Let me click on some buttons and see what happens. What's that button do? Oh, that's interesting. That didn't do any good. That did no good whatsoever. That's lost me the stream altogether. And that's no good. And I've done it to myself. All right, how do I get back in here? Get back into the Zoom meeting. Close that down. All right, I'm back where I was. Still can't figure out how to just get the board up for me to see. I've got all kinds of other stuff here. So where are we? Oliver has advanced. What's happened at the cube? The cube's already been turned somewhere along the way. That makes perfect sense. I mean, Oliver's position is what chess players would say in the old days. Well, the rest is just technique. Pete's in big trouble. Actually, Pete's only in big trouble if he doesn't get the 20 point. I mean, it's all about catching the 20 point now. If Pete loses the race to make the 20 point, he's virtually dead. If he can manage to make the 20 point, which it looks like he can, I don't think this is I don't think trying to go forward by hitting is right, but it might be. I mean, where's our XG and our analysis? Analysis has it. Numbers almost too small for my feeble brain to see, but it looks like hitting's coming out on top. I'm a little surprised. Maybe Oliver's builders aren't positioned so well that Pete can try to get the best of both worlds and not take the 20 point, but keep some initiative by hitting. I mean, this is well worth thought. And if I can read the fine print, and I'm not sure I can, but it looks like hitting is coming out pretty far on top, and Pete's getting it right. It's holding his head in his hand, and I don't blame him. I mean, you really want the 20 point, but by taking the 20 point, you're sort of letting. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I don't. My guess is the more you've learned only to play using the bots, and the more you've learned the old-fashioned way, and then had the bots try to help you later, like me. I mean, the vast majority of my really serious backgammon play, there were no bots. You know, I left the game for 15 years, got sucked into the poker vortex and other things in life, and then came back about 10 years ago, and only then started reformatting my game based on playing a whole lot with extreme gammon. So I'm a mix of seeing how the bots play lots of positions and having spent 30 years playing with no bots and having to try to logic it out. We did pretty well, but we had some things apparently either a little bit wrong or a lot wrong. You know, I think I've explained it here. This lasts forever, but may give up the chance of immediately pushing your opponent back. You know, I gather the bot didn't like it. It liked hitting, and now we'll see if Oliver can bring it home. This looks simple enough. Just make that 9 point and advance. The lone back checker is really not in a lot of trouble. And here's another non-roll. I mean, you kind of like the two back checkers all the way back, but the same token, you want to try to develop checkers from your midpoint. I mean, it's that's the simplest play, and it might well be right. Basically, passing. I don't want to disturb anything such as it is anything I've got, so I'll move another builder into my home board. And Oliver's just trying to run home. I mean, at some point with some rolls, if Oliver has it, like a 4-1 or something, Oliver might choose to try to knock those back checkers and force them to come forward. It'd be very easy for Oliver to win this race if he can get his one blot around and then have Pete come too far forward, leaving room to dump all his checkers in back. And I don't think he wants to come out to the 18 point. I think that's, well, he couldn't. It's a 5-4. So, run home if you can. Yeah, well, it's basically forced anyway. There's no ace to play, but get out of range of sixes, which are one of the dancing numbers. The ace is a good start. And then what? What you really want to do is play another ace, 6-5, or play a 3, 8-3. Could play 13-9 and keep everything pure, but holding on to the midpoint later on might be the right way to go. So I think this is right. And look, we can peek at our little too small for me to read bot analysis, which I think agreed with that. And now, is that box tuples? That's exciting. Here we are. Let me make sure I see it. Yeah, it looks like if it's double sixes, the standout play is to point on that and hit loose on the ace and try to drive him forward. The other playing to be to make both points and hope he doesn't roll an ace and hit him off the ace point later. I can't read the fine print. I have to admit, they all look good. I mean, Oliver's doing very well. The question is, which is better? Which among many nice-looking possibilities is better? I think before Pete builds his board, I think getting him out of your hair is the way to go, either by this play or by making the 2 and hitting him loose off the ace. And there comes the ace and a 4 to cover. Now the question, we're pretty, blots are going to come. The sad thing here is it's going to be tricky for Pete to contain whatever blot he might hit, whatever checker he might hit. He really kind of has to have his 5 point made to have any serious threat of keeping it contained. And meanwhile, Oliver's got that nasty looking 4 point board. So, can this work as an ace? This may boil down to a semi well-timed ace point game, with the only problem being Pete has already built his own ace point. So he's going to really need to fill in his board before he hits a shot, or at least get his 5 point filled in and be threatening to close his 3 point. So Oliver's trying to come home. He doesn't really mind being hit now. It's not like he wants to be hit, but he doesn't want to mess up his bear in by avoiding shots. I don't know that he can't. I don't think he can go. Yeah, it sort of feels right not to stack all of them on the 6 point. I might have gone to the 4, just on general principles. And okay, might as well hit and see what happens. There's some chances this can get difficult for Oliver if he, comes in with a 2-4 type number, or he doesn't have any aces and he comes in with a 5-1 or a 3-1. Where would Oliver play an ace? It's one of the reasons I think stacking that man on the 6 point was probably an error. So we've got 5-2, and I think he should see the dangers in the future and get a checker off of his 6 point. He's stuck in a position now where, well, now if he gets hit, all of a sudden that leaves an ace return shot. So the nightmare aces are gone. Now, if he doesn't hit, he'd bring his builder around and slot the 5. I mean, he's just going to have to build the 5 point to win this. So yeah, I'm leaning toward taking the spare checker around to the 11 point and just slotting the 5. I mean, playing all these games of trying to hit now, particularly if hitting now gives something up, when you can't keep it caught when you catch it. The dog catches a car, the car stops, and what the heck's the dog do? What's our bot analysis says something. I can't read it. All right, but I like this play. This seems right. I've got to try to build the 5 point. Am I getting some instructions here? No. 5. Oh, that's at the whole 5-4. Okay, that's good. This looks and yeah, it's he kind of has to just keep throwing them out there and trying to make something good happen. And look there's still no ace to play in the home board. I mean, that's been if there was an ace to play in the home board, 4 off the midpoint and sliding an ace in the home board would have been the way to go. Now, if in fact that's double 5s, we're running ahead of ourselves. Might be right to actually. Can it be right to make? Maybe this is better. Keep the anchors and try to build a board. 3 getting up to a 4 point board's got to be good. That's what he's fighting against. Now if he can hit something, it's fairly easy to win. Well, the 5's forced here, so this is not a tough play. And now we've got all kinds of fun shots. We got 17 hits, some hits and covers, and boy, I can't even read the dice. It must be a 6-3. Doesn't look like a 6-3 to me. I got to try to figure out how to make the board bigger on my screen. I'll do it eventually, probably after the match is over. And now here we are in this semi well timed. Oh, we've hit a shot. Ace point game. Well, everything's gone about as well as we could hope. 2, boom. Hit him if we can, although he probably won't stay out. Otherwise, is this a nifty shifty? Is that double aces? Yeah, I think you like the 4 in a row, but I think you want him in the air. So now Oliver just comes in and tries to sneak past the blots in the outfield like this. And Pete, if he can catch it and release the 24 point, while Oliver's still on the bar, then he's suddenly got very serious winning chances. As long as Pete is stuck back on the 24 point, he's basically never winning. He's got to hit and contain that blot to the extent that he's threatened or has already released at least one checker from the 24 point. And Oliver just stands pat with the outfield checker and lines up all of his builders to attack in case Pete runs off the 24 point. Look at the danger. It just you know, you kind of want to, on the one hand, if you can't see Oliver's checkers, you want to do something like 24 to 20 and button up in the outfield. The problem, this leaves yourself subject to so much counterattack that it's just a little bit too scary. So if you can't do that, well, what do you do? And you probably play something into the outfield, something like that. That's probably my guess. You leave one as far back and get one close and hope not to get hit and to catch that checker. I don't think you can break up your board. If that's right, I'm done. That's like a play you make if you're trying to win the race, and you're not going to win this race. I don't think he's desperately trying to save a gammon. Some of the try to save a gammon plays like this and actually end up in getting you gammon because. And I think his first inclination was correct. He's right to take his time and sort things out. I think that's the right play. What's the bot saying? The print. Does that say 15 to 10? That's what he's playing. I think I like that. Is the other play close? The other play is moving 24 to 20. Yeah, the other play is what we were looking at. I can't see how close it is, but. And I don't like this. I think this is the lowest of my choices. You all who've managed to see the full screen can read the dice better. All right. Well, he broke his board, and I think that's just asking for trouble. Now, I guess if he hits, he's going to have to try it. He does not. I think it's a scramble to cover the 6 point, but you also want the 3 point. This gives him the desperation option of covering the 3 instead of the 6. But I think he's trying to cover the 3. Meanwhile, Oliver's bearing off at the ace point and has pre-cleared his 5 point. There are rolls when you're bearing off an ace point where sometimes pre-clearing your 5 point rather than keeping a contiguous 5 block is actually the right play. And the trick here is Pete's timing is pretty much shot. He's got only half a roll to play. Well, there you go. There it is. There's the half roll. And now he's got to move next turn or crunch his home board. And Oliver will play safe and politely bear off the odd checker, some random checker, and here we are. And forced to run, but it's double sixes. He's forced to run with both. Okay, well now it's just a race with Oliver in extreme control, but not 100%. We sort of need to get a double sixes in for Pete almost right away, and for Oliver to take his jolly time bearing off. Double twos is way too big. Pete has saved the gammon. That's the good news. But it looks like game one is very shortly going to be in the bank for Oliver. How in the world do I get the, maybe I look at the view. What are my choices? Side by side, standard. Let's go with standard. Well, that's not doing me any good either. View, side by side speaker. Hide self view. Hide no. Well, let's try full screen. Well, that doesn't do me any good either. All right, back to the fun. Setting up for game 2 with Oliver ahead 2-0. I wish I could figure out how to do this. Yeah, that's not what I really wanted. All right, off we go. 3-2 and a 4-2. Everybody's doing their thing. 6-4. The bots are just hitting off recently where they didn't. Might have been the UK Open. I was somewhere where they didn't count. It's very confusing. You go from tournament to tournament. Some days they count, some days they don't. And I'm getting a herky-jerky feed. That might be due to my own internet. Sort of stop action play, which is going to be difficult. I don't know if I can reset anything. I'll just keep watching. All right. Excellent roll by Pete. Oliver wants to try to do something here, but doesn't really have enough checkers. The positions like this where you've got 3 back, well back behind a solid blockade like this, you really want a couple of extra checkers, one more in the front and one more in the back, but you're only given 15 to play with and you got to try to balance it all. So, could hitting be right? And I think the answer is yes, it could be. And if you hit, you probably step up to the 21 point. If you don't hit, you step up to the 21 point and bring a checker down. I guess that's a possibility. What's our too small for me to see bot feed say? What's it called? Sage or something? All right. Going for the hit. That's he's younger. He must know. Now you got conflicting. It looks a lot prettier to play 13 to 11, but by the same token, you want to get those back checkers moving. Bill Roberti in the early opening, Bill Roberti calls this one on the 24, one on the 23, and one on the 22, the McGreal split. You can read his how to play the opening and backgammon series, and he'll explain why it's the McGreal split. I don't know. So what are we looking at? We're looking at the bot likes that play, and that's the bot's second choice. So go Oliver. And what's the third choice? Third choice is the pretty looking hit in 13 to 11, which Oliver hasn't actually put on the board. So he's okay. Now we're going to go back and look at non-hits. Yeah. Well, if you're doing a non-hit, then you don't. If you're doing a the only non-hits to come down. All right, this is one of the top 3 choices, and I can see why. Now, could this be a double? I mean, he's got the right idea. The fact that he's only got 1 checker back versus 3. There are an awful lot of doubles which most players wouldn't even consider making, because it's not the threat isn't to immediately win. The threat is to build a position, which is strategically extremely strong. Like if Pete can hit either the 3 or the 2-6 out here, then the reason to double would be that the resulting position is extraordinarily strong. For me, I don't think he's quite there yet. I'd rather hit first and then see what I've got, and maybe double then. And if it's a hit and dance, well, you may suddenly be on the verge of being too good. But I wouldn't. Where's the? Are we still playing the 5-2? No. He's thinking about doubling. So where's our? Can I read the fine print here? Where is the analysis? It's too small for me to read. That's sort of good. Okay, there we go. You guys can read the analysis back home. It's too small for me, but I actually wouldn't have doubled there. There's one of the 2 6s. And now we're going to see what had he not doubled, what would a double now look like? And had he not doubled, he'd be in the same position all over again. So far the double hasn't really gained him anything. And he stays out. Now cover and slither forward. This is not yet a back game. And in fact, it may well be right to slither forward as much as possible right here and now and play a 3-4 front game. If he doesn't play the full 3-4 front game, then he would take the checker off the midpoint down to the 9 point. I think those are really the choices. This is and I'm not even sure about the 4th 2 here. That tidies it all up, and it commits himself to a 3-4 front game. I think 13 to 11 might. I mean, it's not a big deal to get hit. So all he's doing, he's protecting against some ones, but what ones? Double ones, 2-1, 3-1. They're already. I think this just looks. This just has the best of both worlds. I like this play. What's the bot? The bot says do something and play 13 to 11. And how close is it? Yeah, somewhat. I really have to figure out how to make my screen bigger. I'm so sorry. And if it's my fault, I really apologize. All right. Well, I've got, I like this play a lot. I mean, this gives you more, 25% of the chance Pete dances, and now you're really, and even when he gets in, he's not hitting 2, and these blots floating around are actually killer bees. They're threatening to sting back. Now come in up high if you can, and now the choice is hit or build a prime. It's a close call, but I think having hit once, you hit twice. There's still another blot out there. If there's a dance or a poopy roll here, you can jump out and hit the other blot. Okay. I love it. Pete's not worried about the other blot. He wants a better distribution of checkers. It maybe that's actually right. These ugly stack on the 6 point, the 5-2, 6-1, 6-2. There's 6 numbers which hit that blot and do a whole lot of harm. And there's this, the oft overlooked tempo hit on the ace point. He seems to be rejecting that. I'm not sure the expert play of just stacking them all up isn't right. Oh, look, our bot is saying the tempo hit is correct. I can't read by how much, but it looks like the tempo hit is correct. Go figure. Wow. All right. So this is the human play, which is answered by a 5-something. I don't think it's a 6. I was about to say if it was a 6, he'd be making a play like that straight away. And I think that is, if that was a 5-6, that's got to be the right play. Again, this was a 3-4 front game, or in this case, now just a 4-point front game. And 4-3, oh my goodness, what a mess. You really, really don't want to. You really, really, really don't want to stack a 6th checker here. I think he's supposed to do something like that and just make a point. If this works, lots of good stuff can happen. Plus, there's that blot still sitting over there on Oliver's 3-point, which is going to get annoying very fast. Look at this double 4s. That's pretty good. I mean, I think you want the 7-point, don't you? And then you can cover. Oh, I see. Cover and slot the 7 as opposed to build the 7 and leave lots of blots. I guess this is right. This is only 1 blot, and it builds a really powerful position if it's not hit. And Pete's got to come up to the edge and safety with a deuce. I don't imagine this is close. I think that's pretty straightforward. And now we want to pop one out and cover. Or just cover. Can't hit, so just cover. And they're all blocked everywhere else anyway. So he's forced to make a play that he would make anyhow. And now here's a terrible roll. I mean, it's just terrible. You can't do anything good. You're sort of stuck hitting, and then the only 2 you got is 13 to 11. You certainly don't want to. I mean, by process of elimination. I mean, I guess Plan B is to make the ace, but that just doesn't fare well and doesn't work. So. Well, yeah, there's a play. Don't hit at all and just be pure. There's the pure play. Doesn't hit, leaves all your checkers going. I think I'd have hit and gone to the 11, but it's a mess either way. This one looks much prettier. So the artful codger in me, playing backgammon by visually, artistically, rather than calculating how many shots and how many points and this and that. That was the artful codger play. And meanwhile, Oliver's just trying to bring some of these checkers forward. I mean, he's got 5 or 11 and a half checkers in the forecourt and 4 way back. And it's just, you really don't want to keep going forward when you've only got 11. You really don't want to keep going forward. Oh, there we are. Thank you so much, Mate, for fixing it. And I thought it was my fault. Now we can see much more clearly, and I can read the dice, and I can read the analysis. Many, many thanks for fixing that. Oh, look, nifty shifty with double threes. Lots of stuff to do here. Might the nifty shifty be right? It very well might, but it's also reasonable to look at other plays. I mean, nifty shifty buys, without that blot on Pete's 2-point, I might go the other way and go for blocking. But with that blot there, I think we got a 4-point board. He's only got a 3-point board. If we can catch the second blot, if Oliver can catch the second blot, he's suddenly in control and on the verge of a cube. Let's take a look. If he doesn't catch the second, if he doesn't want to try to catch the second blot, he almost has to move forward. Well, one way to move forward is to pull all three out to the 18 point. That's got to be a candidate. So either he does the nifty shifty or he pulls all three out to the 18 point and then plays 13 to 10. This is the tactically greedy, hoping to pick up that second blot, but it does break up your home board. Once you make this play, your goal is going to be to make your 5-point, but you already had the 5-point to begin with. All right, there's our bot analysis has it at extremely close, but was slightly right to make the play made, I think it said. And now 5-3, can't cover. You can hit. Well, I think you got to bite the bullet and hit. This can blow up in your face, but it also can work. I mean, if your opponent dances here, you're right back in the game. Whoa, 4-6, he hits back. Now you need a 5. If you got a 5, you're in great shape. If you don't, double aces, spectacular. There's so many plays, I can never sort this out. Probably right just to hold everything in order and grab that point. Any of the super greedy grab all the points aren't going to work. Your opponents, now it's a race to in and no 2. He's got to hit. He's forced to hit. And now have to roll a 5 or an ace-4, an ace-6. Deuce, no good, but there's not enough covers. He's got 10s and 2. That's a 2 and a 3. You come to the 12. I don't think you should come to the 18. Come to the 12 or come to the 21. I like that. I think this now. You pay off to double ones or 1-2 to try to get checkers into the outfield. The Oliver's goal now, an interesting cube. See, this means next roll you're going to need that 3 or 6 that you just had and didn't play. I think it's pretty. It may be close, but I think it's fairly clear to pull the back one. I mean, it's thematically correct. The dangers of being hit by an ace-5 or hit by an ace-2, I think, are relatively small. This fails when your next roll you can't move off your 24 point, but they got to be close. Now, how close are we to a cube? And maybe getting close, but probably not quite. I mean, I think. It's sort of funny. I think if we'd pulled 24 to 21 last turn, we'd actually be closer to a double than we are now. This is not as quite as scary as it looks. I mean, there's some variations like double 4s that cause Oliver to crunch. It's experience shows that while you still got 4 checkers stuck back behind a broken prime, it's hard to have a crushing double. What's the thing says no double, and it actually says it's not all that close, even though you've got 68% wins. Wow. I mean, part of the reason it's no double is you're getting close to too good. But you're not there yet. It's a combination of too good and not good enough. Another thing to do here, and now you're playing against XG or whatever bot, the Sage or whatever the bot is, what Roberti calls the blockhead blockchain. And that is, if you think it's close to a double and it's going to stay close to a double for the next several rolls, double now and just make one error. If it's wrong to double and you double, you've made one small error. If it's right to double and you don't, that may go on for several rolls in a row, and you may get dinged several times by the bot for what is essentially just one error. And then there's you're ahead in the match. That's if you're ahead in the match in a 7-point match and you're turning the cube to 4. Boy, I'd like to see the analysis if we could do it. I'm not sure we can, where the score is 0-0 or 0-0 to 11 or something, or a money game. This will be a much, much scarier money double. Or maybe you're behind 0-2. This is probably a huge double and starts bordering on, you got to pass it. So I think the match score is heavily influencing what's going on here, and both players are smart enough to okay, here we go. I think this is arguably a bluff double, and you get punished for that. Here we're reevaluating. Best action, no double, but it's sort of okay, good. It takes some nerve. You got to have confidence that you know what's happening here. Now here we're getting into what we were looking at before, which is getting off the 21 point before you get off the 24. Now they're, ace deuce, ace 4, ace ace, or suddenly you're in immediate danger of big trouble. Okay, we got to get off the. Well, we can't get off the 24. So now what? Do we slot the bar with a 5-4? Do we come out with a 5 and we can't put 3 on the midpoint? That just looks. Can that really be right? Plan B would be to come out with a 5. I don't think he should go full forward. I think he's got to get the guy off the 21 point. Now, right, stop there and think. And now the two choices are keep it going. And, the artist in you says, no, don't put 3 checkers on the midpoint here. You don't, but the dangers go, what was look, he found the right play. It was right by a small, modest amount. Well done. Now he spread them out. Oh, there goes. We've always wanted to get off the 24, but now it's starting to get scary for. I think keep going. Don't worry about any counterplay. You don't need to slot the 7, slot the 8. It looks like you want to. Yeah, I think you've bought all the time you need. He's got 2 checkers back, not just 1. And get in and give us some fun, Pete. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there you go. Just play them until they run out. Now it's very, very powerful, and gammons are rearing their. Just in time to save the gammon. Timing for the ace point looks somewhat problematic. People who've studied all the numbers will be able to say, he's only so many pips behind, therefore the ace point game will work. Stack them all up looks silly. I don't. Maybe it's right, but I would not have done that. And now try to. Well, we built our 4 point, and now it's. I don't think there's any gain in splitting the outfield checkers. We'll see how the timing goes here, but Pete's too fast. This is not going to work as an ace point game. Oh, look at the bot says. The bot says not only is it not going to work as an ace point game, but he should play against the 2 checkers on the 12. That takes some nerve. That's a play I'd find at DMP, but I'm not sure I'd find here. The right play was actually to hop out with a 6. It duplicated 5s, and it gave Pete an immediate chance to win. So that was worth going back and looking at. Anybody wants to transcribe this or take a peek. I wish Pete had thought a little more about it. And here we are seeing the ace point game go up in smoke, which is the reason that the 24-18 was right a few rolls ago. And I think it was findable if you have a lot of experience and stop to think a little. Pete's perfectly strong enough to find that play if he just took a minute or two to think about the whole situation. Now it's now you're just trying to save a gammon. Kenyon, he could still win, but there's going to be 6 or more checkers off. Well, that's sort of nice. That does absolutely nothing. It may be right to play 3 off the 4 point and take a checker off. And I'm almost sure it is. When you start playing with it, you can do 1, 2, 3. There is no 4th, so you have to. In other words, if he'll take us. You see, if you do that, then there's no 4th. You have to. Where did I miss? Is that all legal? Well, I guess so. In any event, try to get home. No 3. Okay, now next turn, no 2. And yeah, there's a, he's wasting a couple of pips, but there's an immediate 2 shot. So how much does hitting the 2 shot give him a reasonable chance to win? And does, oh, I see. No, we're thinking about whether we should redouble or not. Wow. I'm not sure. No, he must be thinking about how to play the 6-5. There's no cubing involved here. That's silly. All right, what was the answer? Yes, that was the answer. And now we scramble, run like a bunny to try to save the gamut. Otherwise, we've got another quick match. Okay, that's all. He's still got 5 checkers left. So now it's going to require really bad rolling by Pete. That's it still could be done. Doubles and 2-1. Only 2-1 fails to get a checker off, and 6-2 is plenty big enough. And so we're at Crawford, 7 to go. Well, we can win this. I mean, look at it this way: you win the first game, that's one in a row, and you've got 6 to go. 6 to go. You're doubling on the opening roll every time, so you need to win. If you figure out. If you need to win 3 of them in a row, that would be 1, 2, that'd be four games in a row. A 16th, that's a tiny number, but you might slip in a gammon. You might slip in a gammon in 1 or 2 of them. That would cut that in half. So you're, without even looking at a match equity table, you're probably somewhere around 12%, 15%, something like that. Let's see, where's 1 away?
I think 15.8%.
I just saw an 88.7. That might be, maybe 15.8 is right. I don't. Anyway, we'll find it. It's a small number, and note that Pete doesn't need any. Pete doesn't need a gammon. I mean, a gammon gains him a little bit, but he really wants to just win the game, and a gammon doesn't hurt. Pete winning a gammon doesn't hurt Oliver. When you're going from even away to odd away. Is basically the same as going from even away, from odd away to odd away is doesn't gain you that extra point. So 1 point, it's just, this is effectively double match point type strategy. Gammons don't count either way unless you get into some awkward positions where the backgammon rears its ugly head. This is backgammon go. Backgammons are a big deal. But gammons are relatively insignificant, almost entirely insignificant, but not quite. And here we go, jumping along. It'll probably my own stream, a little herky-jerky. That's my own internet, but I can see what's happening. Oliver's wasting no time just trying to bulldoze his way to victory. And 6-1. Well, I'd love to hit on the. It might actually be. I mean, I think I'd make the 7.
No.
Bring a builder.
I wouldn't hit on the ace. That's the one thing. Yeah, just keep the checkers behind the checker on the 21 points, so you can make the prime or hit.
And he does, and brings help, right? Well, there's one anchor, but trouble for the rest. And I can't see the roll.
Yeah, it's glitching. I don't know.
I'm not sure about that ace, but there we go. We've got two anchors, which
there it is.
Seems like a good thing. The problem with it is it's still a pretty losing position. It's not a It's
I
not.
don't
a
even
great-
know if I would keep the 24 point. I haven't
Well, that's
seen
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's still a relatively losing position, but yeah, the analysis seemed to like doing this. But there's no back game here. This is a one, as you said, this is a 1-2